hand it over to you.
Thank you, Roy. People like Roy, everything you see around here is run by volunteers. We only met a couple of months ago. We've never met each other before this. All of this you see around here are done by people like you. Maybe you're a Tesla enthusiast. Some of you here are Tesla owners. How many Tesla owners here? Raise your hand. Okay, COE has not stopped us yet. Thank you very much for supporting. I always tell all the Tesla community around the world, when they complain about Tesla Model 3 price costing $35,000 and we tell them here in Singapore, $170,000 they cannot complain anymore. So if Tesla can sell cars in Singapore, they can sell cars anywhere around the world. Now what we're doing here is actually a dream that started 4 months ago. 4 months ago, a group of Tesla fans, we came together and say, let's do a small activity for just 30 people in the cafe. And some of our team members had bigger dreams. And today is the result of all these big dreams. All of you are here today. We actually have more than 550 people from around the world coming to TeslaCon Singapore. 550 people all the way from California. You'll see Amy later. You'll see Joy, who is an FSD beta tester later. You'll see our friends from Austria Club who are supporting us globally. We've got Simon from London, who's programming one of our light shows together with Yik. Yik over here, you can show your hands. He helped us program our light show at 7 p.m. And all our friends here with the red TeslaCon t-shirt, they are all our volunteers. Yeah? The trailer that many of you seen was shot by Glenn over here. He is our creative director. There's so much talent in this team. My role, I always tell people, I'm like Nick Fury. I gather the Avengers together. I have no superpowers. Everyone else here you see wearing the red t-shirts, they are the real ones with superpowers. So thank them when you walk them and see them around the stage. They're just like you, trying to have a fun day together. Now, today's event is not possible without our support of our partners and our sponsors. So you see our partners here like Allianz, Moomoo, Sexy Buttons, 3M, AMD, Alcert. A lot of these companies have not actually done an event with a volunteer group before. Everyone in our team is working full-time jobs. We only work at night to make this happen for all of you. Because we thought there's so many Tesla community events around the world, in US and Europe, but none in Singapore yet. And I talked to some of you coming in here and say, why don't we do something here? So starting this is hard. So we have the support of our sponsors. You can check out the booth. There are prizes to win in the booth. We also have the support of our partners. You see some of the companies behind us at the Starbucks logo. There's Nescafe, Dolce Gusto, giving us free coffee, free hot chocolate. We've got Heineken as well with alcoholic and non-alcoholic beer. We've got Now Space, who is a robotics class for kids, and many other partners who are making today's event possible. Now, the cool thing about the Tesla community is that we are not alone. Even though Singapore is this small chili party, we have the support of global partners. And one of our global partners is Tesla Owners Silicon Valley, the world's largest Tesla club. The president, John, actually interviewed Elon Musk last year. And they invited May Musk, Elon's mom, to come to their event called Tesla Takeover in California. So today, I just want to play a short video from the president of Tesla Owners Silicon Valley to welcome all of you to TeslaCon Singapore. So Simon and Tim, when you're ready, let's hear a few words from John.
It's great to be there, but I know TeslaCon Singapore is going to be such an epic event. Tesla Takeover is all about bringing people from all over the world together, and it's gone global this year. It started about 3.5 years ago when we went to the largest supercharger in the world at the time called Fireball. And we had about 200 people come to the supercharger. And we had such an epic day just coming together and talking about all things Tesla and coming together under one mission and celebrating and helping push forward that mission of bringing the world to a sustainable future. And what's amazing, after this year's event, we knew that we had to take this across the world. So it's happening in Singapore this year, and it's also going to be happening in San Luis Obispo and Austria next year. So I want to thank and take this moment to really thank Darren, his volunteers, and all of the partners and supporters that have made today amazing. I hope you guys have an epic day, that you're able to celebrate Tesla, that you're able to come together with other like-minded people. Tesla's probably one of the only companies that you could pretty much go anywhere and be able to share and have amazing conversations with people that you may have never met because of the amazing products that they've made and the amazing products that come. So again, on behalf of Tesla owners of Silicon Valley, Darren, I just want to say thank you to you and your volunteers for all the support for making the Tesla Takeover go global. This is first global event in Singapore. Again, I hope you guys have a great day coming together and celebrating all things Tesla.
Woo! We are one of the smallest countries in the world. We pride ourselves in calling ourselves the Little Red Dot. And here, we've got the largest Tesla Owners Club giving us the encouragement. And it's not only John from California, we also have our friends, the leaders from Tesla Club Austria. Tesla Club Austria has been organizing some of the biggest events in Europe. Many of us are going to go to Austria in May next year to also volunteer and be part of Tesla Takeover Europe. So now, just a few words to hear from Bernd, the club manager of Tesla Club Austria, for all of you.
Wow, TeslaCon Singapore, what an epic event. Hello everyone, I'm Bernd from Tesla Owners Austria, and we are so proud to team up with you and the guys from Silicon Valley to make these epic events all across the world. So you are starting in Asia this year with TeslaCon Singapore, and we are doing another big event in Europe, in Kakao and Salzburg, and of course our mothership X Takeover in California. So 3 amazing areas, 3 amazing events, and we're so proud to be part of this great team. Thank you, your attendees, all the companies who support this event with a great product, all the volunteers, Darren and his team, who did an amazing job. So we're so proud to be part of this family, and we wish you a really, really nice time. Enjoy the venue, enjoy the program, everything this amazing team pulled off, and hope to see you in Austria next year or in California. And all the best to you guys, and enjoy. Bye.
Now, everyone else here, can everyone huddle a bit closer? Because I want to introduce you to a very special guest that drove down 2,000 kilometers from Bangkok. Come on, everyone come a bit closer. Because he came really close all the way from Bangkok. And I want to welcome everyone, please bring your hands together for Kun Arts. Star Wars. Yeah. Kun Art is the leader of the biggest, the largest number of Teslas in Southeast Asia used to be Singapore.
Yes.
We have 2,500 Teslas in Singapore. In Thailand right now, how many Teslas are there?
Around 8,000.
8,000 Teslas in Thailand.
Yep.
And they only started official deliveries in February this year.
Yes.
And Kun Art is the president of the Tesla Sexy Club Thailand.
Yes.
Can you tell us what made you drive from Bangkok down here to Singapore?
Actually, because of you, Darren invited us, and I think it's very interesting event. And I think this event is very important for the Tesla owner. And we would like to build the community of the owner of Tesla to be the bigger and stronger together. Yeah. So that's why I drive here.
And Kun Art did not just come here alone, he came here with a team. Can I welcome all the Tesla Sexy Thailand owners up to the stage, please? Come on here.
Please come together. Okay.
Everyone up to the stage. Now, they drove in 3 Teslas, 1 Model Y, 2 Model 3s.
Yes.
And this was their first time crossing the Thai border, coming to Singapore. It is like, imagine us Singapore owners, you ask us to go and drive to Russia right now. That's how it feels.
Yeah.
So you can see they came here very well prepared. Look at it. Okay, everyone come on here on stage together.
Thank you, thank you. Actually, I have one gift for you, Darren, also. We did a special T-shirt like we wearing.
Thank you.
For this event specially, and we would like to give it to you, Darren. Okay. So we are the same family. Okay. Okay. Please. Is it good for you? Oh, look smart. Okay. Thank you.
They did not just drive 2,000 kilometers. That in itself is crazy. They crossed 3 countries, 2 borders. Again, we had the help of our Singaporean drivers here, friends like Caleb, T1, Goon, Linda, who made this trip easier and safer for everyone.
Yeah. Thank you.
So this is really, and also our Malaysian club members as well, like Sharul, Zuril. So many people help. This community is magical because of everyone coming together. So again, let's give a round of applause to, again, our team members from Tesla Owners Singapore.
Thank you.
And one final round of applause to all these champions here. They drove 2,000 kilometers over 2.5 days. They came here, imagine you leave Bangkok at 7 a.m. Thursday. You drive about 15, 16 hours a day.
Yes.
You sleep maybe 3-4 hours a day, and they're all here. Their cars on a light show later at 7 p.m. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming down.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, as we celebrate Tesla, both as owners and also enthusiasts, we also want to do our part to recognize that not everyone is as privileged as many of us. In Singapore, we realize up to 20% of households and residents still do not get a steady flow of food supply. And that's why we have our charity partner, Food Bank Singapore, to be here for us to help them raise awareness. If you all can just do one small part, whether it's money, labor, or even spreading the word of mouth, that's going to help others succeed also. So I'd like to welcome Nicholas, the co-founder of Food Bank Singapore, to share the story of what you do.
Thanks, Darren. Hi, everybody. My name is Nicholas. Thank you, everybody, for coming down. I really want to thank Darren and the entire team at TeslaCon for inviting us to join you all. We are really glad to be working together with TeslaCon to help spread the word about food insecurity. As you all know, Singapore has food insecurity, and like he's mentioned, 20% of Singaporeans are actually food insecure. What we did was, I'd like to thank all the Tesla Car Club members, because Food Bank Singapore actually has a Drive Hunger Away event every year for the last 3 years. And the Tesla Car Club members, including other car clubs, have raised over $50,000 for us to give out to the needy people. Woo! So if anybody wants to find out more about Food Bank, we have a small little booth at the back. So while you're enjoying your ice cream and your coffees and everything else, please see how you can do your small little part to help out and help the needy people in Singapore. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. And Nicholas is also a Tesla Model 3 owner.
I think that was partly the reason why he asked me to take part. But yeah, but owning a Tesla is a different thing altogether, right? So I don't need to explain why you want to own a Tesla, but just look around and see the community, and you see everybody teaching everybody and explaining to everybody else in the market and the people who don't drive Teslas why Teslas are the best cars.
Thank you so much for joining us, Nicholas.
Thanks, Darren.
And how do you find this whole show here today? You like it? Not bad? Thumbs up? Okay, I see a lot of thumbs up. Now, I still feel that this is very surreal because 90% of our team members have never run an event before. So what makes an event like this possible are our program managers who actually bring this whole show to life. So I'd like to invite Tabitha and Rachel to come on stage to tell us a little bit more about what's happening for us today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Testing.
Testing.
Hi, welcome everybody. Welcome to TeslaCon Singapore. I love the energy here. Yeah, just to introduce myself, we are both program managers as part of the Tesla Singapore committee. So I am also a Model 3 owner. My car is actually part of the light show. So I've been an owner since 2021. I think as part of my journey in this TeslaCon Singapore planning, I had the privilege of driving a Model X and Model Y in California and Bangkok. So it has truly been an incredible experience. And I think what we really want to do here is to bring the magic to you guys. So Tabby, how about yourself?
Hi everybody, welcome to TeslaCon. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday with us. For me, I am not yet a Tesla owner, a future Tesla owner hopefully if the COE price decides to drop. But I am very excited for my US trip, which is coming up next week, and I'm going on a road trip with a Model Y and a Model 3. So yeah, I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, so speaking of excitement, we have this toy here. So you might know of this famous catchphrase, Tesla to the moon. We want to do a really quick quiz right here to kind of test you to see whether you've been observing the site. So you see there are many zones here. There's S, which where we are now, 3, X and Y. Can somebody shout out, why did we choose SEXY?
Can anybody answer why we chose SEXY?
Besides the people and the setup, what else do you see here? Sexy, what about sexy? The model cars. I'm going to throw it to you. I'm not sure whether I'll reach you. I'll just try.
Okay, let me try. Okay, thank you so much. It's actually correct. So this is for you, so try to catch it.
Tesla to the moon! Oops!
Oh my God, sorry, I cannot become a baseball person. Thank you.
Yeah, so speaking of cars.
Okay, speaking of cars, so all our cars here are actually car owners, and they have actually volunteered their cars to be showcased here. So just like houses, you need permission. So please, we have put some cue poles around the cars. So please do not touch the cars without permission. You can take as many photos as you like, but please try not to touch the cars. Thank you.
Thank you in advance. So let's just share the highlights for our event today. So we're here now at Zone S. So why S? So stick with Tesla. We have 4 amazing panels here to hear from leading Tesla owners and enthusiasts on all things Tesla related, including the future of Tesla in the region, its safety features, and its product roadmap beyond cars. Behind you, there's Zone 3, Food Fun Fair. So Singaporeans all love these things, shopping, traveling, and makan, or what we say, eating. So Zone 3 is where all the food, fun, and fair begin. We work with our partners to bring you delectable experience, whether they are local bites or Peranakan food. There's also coffee, chocolate, as well as beer. The weather's very hot, so feel free to help yourself to some drinks. Also take the blast to the past. We have an ice cream truck. So for all the foreigners out there, it's a very amazing local experience. You get to have local ice cream sandwich. So you can always use your food voucher, especially given to all the Plat Pass holder, or you can buy on-site from our vendors.
All right, so what else is remaining? So Zone X. So X marks the spot. Kids are like treasure hunters, always looking for fun. So we have coloring zone, inflatable racetracks for kids to practice their driving skills, and as well as educational robotic workshops, which is right over that side. And we have the Zone Y, which is Y Tesla, which is all the way the other side. So for the Zone Y, it's for adults and youth adults as well. Explore the science zones to find the history and technology behind Tesla and how you can maximize your driving or camping experience. Who knew that Tesla had camping experience? Woohoo! Like, you can go find out about that. So indulge in the gaming and AI experience and chat with our friendly Tesla techie volunteers and their experience in owning a Tesla car.
So now we move to the center area on your right-hand side. We have the mod zone. You can see many cars. I think personally it's an inspiration on how you can improve your driving experience. And as well, there's a chillax area, what we call the rest area. It's a little green carpeted area. And also feel free to explore the exhibition booth by all our partners. Interact with them. Some of you guys with Plat Pass, you have the passport. Take part in this experience to win a lucky draw. And around the area, so we talk about S3XY. There is very new and very unique. So in Singapore, two of the cars are actually not officially on sale, but thanks to volunteers and thanks to our generous car owners, you can see all cars here. So keep a lookout and spot those cars.
Okay, so just for information, all our experience zone ends at 6 p.m., where there will be a lucky draw and most excitingly, the world's largest indoor light show happening. So you don't want to miss that. Please stick around. For those who are not here, you can start calling your family and friends to come join us for our light show. We look forward to seeing you.
Yep, so that's all, folks. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you around.
Thank you.
So
we'll see you all around. Come say hi.
Thank you, Tabitha. Thank you, Rachel. So just remember, there are lots of things to see and do. One of the key things I would definitely recommend for those Tesla owners is the mod zone. If you're not too sure about how to keep your car protected, you may want to look at the paint protection film that's available. We have 3M booth as well that will be doing a live demonstration about the installation of the paint protection film. So that's something that a lot of you may not know about and may not know how it's actually installed. And they'll be doing installation from about 4:30 onwards. But even the other mod zone booth that we have by Tesla Mod SG down there, there are lots of different audio upgrades, unique Tesla accessories that you can also look at. So we are going to start our next panel soon. And in our next panel, we have some really good distinguished guests. I'm going to invite Darren up shortly. He's going to be the moderator of the next panel, and he'll introduce the speakers. So let's give a few minutes, have a bit of a break, and we will start shortly. Asia. So let me welcome Darren back up again to introduce our panelists for the next panel, the future of Tesla in Southeast Asia. Thank you, Darren.
Hello, everyone. We are our first and largest panel for today. Let us welcome Associate Professor Walter. From Singapore, we have Heather joining us from Taiwan. Come join us here. We've got Art Kunat, who's also, again, from Bangkok just 2 days ago. And lastly, Justin. Justin, welcome. Muttons in the afternoon.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
So we have an international panel, again, from all over the world, not just Asia Pacific. So today we are going to talk about being an EV adopter, their Tesla ownership experience, and how the landscape is changing. First, let's get them to introduce themselves briefly in maybe 30 seconds. Justin, over to you first.
30 seconds, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Justin Ang. You might know me from the radio, Class 95 FM. I host the morning show called Muttons in the Morning with my partner Vernon. He's not here today because he's not an EV driver, just me. I've been a Tesla owner since early last year. I was one of the early Model 3 adopters. So very happy to be here. So proud of what Darren has achieved with everything today. So very nice. If you have any questions, be glad to answer them in a while.
Thank you. My name is Art, like Darren introduced me before. I am the president of the Tesla Owner of Thailand, and I have my Model 3 I buy on 2021. And I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Heather Yan from San Francisco. And I have a Mandarin-speaking Tesla channel. It's called 美西太太. Maybe some of you know, some of you don't know, but it's okay. So basically, I'm a Model Y and Model S owner in California. but it's kind of through the channel. So we connected with my hometown, Taiwan, the people over there. So I also have some experience in Taiwan. And today I'm going to share some amazing Tesla experience in Taiwan too. Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. And that's my husband, Cameron.
Shout out to Cameron. Cameron, wave to the crowd.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, hi, I'm Walter. I'm an economist at the Singapore University of Social Sciences. So thanks for having me here as well. I own a Tesla Model 3. So this is a great event. Thanks to Darren and the organizing team for putting it together.
Thank you all of you for being here. Now, one common question we all get is, why did you get an EV so early? Especially in Southeast Asia. We are not like California. It is not easy to find. When they first got their EVs, there were not so many Tesla superchargers like what we have today. Some of them had it for years. So maybe we start with Professor Walter first. What made you take the leap of faith to get an EV?
Yeah. So I think for me, I think it was an issue of the timing being right. I'd known about Tesla, I think, for quite some time. Of course, I'd seen videos of the Roadster, the Model S, and so on. But honestly, these were all cars that were way beyond, I think, my price bracket, right? Even if they were directly imported to Singapore and they weren't surcharged by, third-party dealers and so on, these would not be cars that I want to spend that much money on. But when the Model 3 was introduced, that changed everything because this was a car that was actually targeted at the mass premium market. It was a competitor to other cars that I have owned before, like BMW 3 Series, for example, and cars which a lot of Singaporeans can actually afford, right, to some extent. So that's why I think when the Model 3 came out and when Tesla Singapore actually officially launched the Model 3 with a pricing that was very competitive because they didn't have the usual huge markups that authorized dealers tend to have for other car brands, that's when I decided to basically get an EV. Because I think before that point, EVs in Singapore were not really either at the right price point or they didn't offer the right capability. But I think Tesla changed all of that. And after that, I think now you have a lot more choices in terms of EVs which actually hit the mass market and which have the right capabilities for ordinary consumers.
Heather, how about you?
So yes, first I got my Model Y in California, but I found out actually in Taiwan, it's not really easy to start it earlier because they just have the first charger, the first supercharger in 2017. And at that time, it's really not many supercharger and you need to drive, it's not possible, you need to get it around. But in last year, it's getting better now because they start delivering the Model Y, and this year they have the refreshed Model S and X. So in last year, it's like superchargers grow so fast. Right now they have 86 superchargers, almost 500 superchargers. So it's grows slowly, but it's after 6 years, it become really good after. So it's not really easy in the beginning, but I believe Tesla not just building the car, but they trying to do the infrastructure at the same time. So it should be pretty good. Yeah.
That's amazing. And Art, you got your Model 3 before Tesla officially launched, before there were any superchargers.
Yes. Actually, have to go back on 2017. I am very interested in the car, modified car. I used to be the racers. And on that day, my friend sent me some article about the Tesla that can beat the Nissan GTR, the stock car that can beat the like a supercar. So I very interesting, but as you asking me why you interested in EV, but actually for me, I interested in Tesla. Tesla is not just EV car, Tesla is just Tesla. They change the world, they have the performance, they use the smart car. So after I read that article, I try to study more about the Tesla. What is the Tesla, how the Tesla go on, and I have the aim that my next car have to be the Tesla. And on 2021, I go to the Bangkok Motor Shows, and they introduced the Tesla by the gray market. So I decided to, okay, I have to buy this car. So that is my starter with the Tesla.
Thank you for sharing. Justin, what's your story for everyone?
So mine is a very simple story. I'm a massive techie. I love all things tech. 5 years ago, I went to the US. I rented somebody else's Tesla to drive for a few days, and it was just the freaking coolest car I ever drove. The tech was unrivaled. The charging network was just unreal. You know, you've never seen anything like that before. So I told myself at that time, if and when Tesla officially comes to Singapore, I'm buying one. And at that time, we're talking about pre-2020 here, there was no guarantees Tesla would come to Singapore. There was even a little dig Elon Musk made on Twitter at a time saying that, you know, the government is blocking Tesla from coming to Singapore, something along those lines. So a lot of us were like, might never happen. But the day Tesla arrived in Singapore, I knew I was going to get one. I knew it. So within 4 months, I think, I jumped in and bought the Model 3.
Wow.
Yes, it's that good.
I know some of you may have questions for them. If you have, keep them in mind. Later we'll open up for some of your questions. Now, as early adopters, you have paved the way for everyone else here. You've seen a lot more chargers, you've seen a lot more family members, people asking you questions. So for those people who are still a bit worried, okay, they want to buy a car this year, but they're not sure whether they should get an EV, or maybe I just settle for a hybrid car first. What advice do you have for them? Let's start with Justin.
Oh, I'll tell you, I mean, with what I do, a lot of people ask me questions all the time. And the number one question I get asked, bar none, is how do you charge your car, right? Because I think the mentality amongst most Singaporeans is that if you buy an EV, you must charge your car every day. Because they have the thinking of it's a smartphone, it's like a phone. If you have to charge your phone every day, you must charge your car every day. And if I can't charge my car every day, I won't buy an EV. To which I just ask them, do you pump petrol every day? Same thing. Why do you think you need to charge your car every day? You know? And when you tell them that, it becomes oh, you mean if I drive to work and home, the battery doesn't go to zero? No, it doesn't. Not even close. You know? So after speaking to them about it, then they're more like, okay, maybe I will consider an EV. And I think this conversation needs to be had with thousands of people in Singapore before they understand what it's like to drive an EV.
For me, I think we have to educate the people about the EV car. They have wrong information in their head a lot. Like EV car, the battery will die after 8 years. That is like bothering to block them to buy the EV. So we have to more educate them that battery will not die. In my team, Thai team, Kun Ton drive his Model 3 more than 240 kilometers, and
Wow.
the battery is still good. So this is, we have to like communicate to other people that actually EV is like not replacement energy cars, but this is the future of the car, and the trend is gonna move. So I think we all have to share the right information to them a lot. Okay.
Thank you. And Heather, what about you, especially in California, where I guess the adoption is very high already?
But maybe I can talk about Taiwan. So, I always say for charging, it's like similar to everywhere. You can charge even just the plug on the wall, right? But it's the slow charging, maybe charging at home, charging in public, fast charging, supercharging. You can ask all the Tesla owners here. That's why we are here. We know a little bit about this, but actually it's not that difficult. It just need to know like slow charging, fast charging adapters. Like in Taiwan, it's a little difficult because they have 3 different standards. They have CCS1, CCS2, and also the next. So it's really complicated. But Tesla owners everywhere that you can access, and actually it's not that difficult. And you can use the plug share, a better route planner to plan in the trip. So X around, people are here, so it should be good.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I'll deal briefly with charging before I deal with some other issues that people often bring up. So I think first on charging, I think right now in Singapore you have the opposite problem. You have the problem of there not being enough EVs for the charging network that is deployed rather than the opposite. So if you talk to any charge point operator, they will tell you they're struggling to make money. They're struggling to make money because they've got far more installs of charge points in Singapore than there are actually EVs. And so as an EV owner, I never find a serious problem finding charging at the moment because of this imbalance. Now, of course, in the near future, this might change. There might be some local issues of finding charging if, for example, the operators don't respond fast enough. But basically, there is no serious difficulty of charging congestion in Singapore at the moment because of this. But let me now get to 2 other issues that I think people often bring up when they're on the fence about EVs. Okay, so one issue is technology. So a lot of people raise concerns like, oh, you know, why should I buy an EV now? I heard that there is some innovation to batteries or to energy like hydrogen or whatever that's going to happen in the near future. So if I buy an EV today, am I just buying something that's going to be old technology in 1 or 2 years' time? So that's one concern, right? And I think the other concern people often raise is cost and resale value. So they say, okay, you know, if I buy an EV now, isn't it going to cost me more than buying an ICE car? So why should I do it? Why am I burning money on this? So I think you have to look at these issues a bit more carefully, right? So I think first, if you look at the technology issue, it's true that EV technology is changing very rapidly today. But at the same time, I think we are right now at a sweet spot where a lot of the core technologies have actually matured. And this was not true 10 years ago. Let's be honest about this. 10 years ago, if you bought an EV design back then, like early Nissan Leaf or Renault Zoe or something like that, you would be stuck today, unfortunately, with a vehicle that is really not fit for purpose, with inadequate range and a lot of design compromises. But this is not true today for any modern mass market EV. All modern mass market EVs, whether the Tesla is from competitors, actually do the same thing as a regular ICE vehicle, but they do it better. And that's the key here. Okay, because EVs 10 years ago didn't do things better than an ICE, but today all modern EVs do it better than an ICE. So I think in terms of tech obsolescence, that is much less of a concern today than it was 5 or 10 years ago. The other issue touched on briefly is cost. And I think when it comes to cost, you have to look at the total cost of ownership, bearing in mind that EVs use less energy costs, bearing in mind that a lot of the maintenance costs are greatly reduced. The only remaining worry really for an EV is what you do with the battery, right? But due to regulations, all new consumer EVs sold in our market actually tend to have about an 8-year warranty or so on the battery train. So that is much less of a concern given that most Singaporeans actually don't keep their car for much longer than the 10-year initial COE period as well. So when you look at the total cost of ownership, it looks a lot better once you take out all of the maintenance and reduce operating costs that the EV tends to have.
Thank you so much. Now, as we think about getting EVs, we also wonder in our different markets that we represent, when will we actually start seeing more EVs sold than ICE cars? And I'm wondering, from what you see talking to your friends, to your families, when do you feel more than half of all cars sold will become EVs? Let's start with Professor Walter.
So when are we going to see a transition point of it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so when we look at other markets, you find that the transition tends to happen when the price of an EV becomes about comparable with a similar ICE vehicle. So, for example, if you look at the Norway market, right? In Norway today, the majority of new vehicle sales are actually electric vehicles. So they're not even just plug-in, electrics, like hybrids anymore. The majority of new vehicle sales in Norway are actually fully battery electric vehicles. And the reason for that has been that because of tax advantages given to electric vehicles, the moment people start shopping for a car and they realize they can get into a pure electric vehicle, a modern one, for the same price as getting into an ICE or a hybrid, guess what? They choose the electric vehicle. And the reason why they do that is when the EV is being sold at the same price, in the same market segment as a hybrid or ICE, the typical consumer finds the electric vehicle a superior ownership experience, right? Because it's less polluting, it's faster, it's quieter, it's more efficient, it's more comfortable to drive. And so at the same price point, you find that consumers often do not choose an ICE vehicle over an EV when they're offered at the same price point. So the key is how to get it to the same price point. And I think that's the big challenge because without subsidies and government incentives, they are more expensive to manufacture today. So we have to wait for the gap to close in terms of manufacturing costs before I think it really transitions over, perhaps help with government support. So I think in the Singapore market, there is an excellent opportunity for this to happen in the 2026, 27, 28 timeframe. The reason for that is we still see battery costs coming down year on year. We see that during those couple of years in Singapore, a lot of vehicles will be coming up with COE renewal, and COE prices are expected to stabilize and decline around that period. So I think it's the combination of lower purchase price, more model availability, and lower COE prices that will likely lead to our market transitioning around that period.
How about your view, Heather?
Yeah. So I think it's more about the government. So it's like, of course, I heard that Singapore also have the incentive that you can get the, if you get the EV, you can get some discount. Like same thing in US, like people get the rebate and everything. In Taiwan, right now, it's like people like to get the EV, but they are worried about the registration fee. Right now, the registration fee for EV is free, but they might be changing at the end of 2025. So I think it's the government, if they can make it like, because it's, I think for EV, getting an EV is not just no maintenance, right? And it's a smart car. Like it's so easy to drive and also make your life easier. So really, EV is a really good chance. I mean, good for everybody if you want to enjoy driving, or that's a goal to having. So if you have a government to vote for that and people encourage that, and I think that a lot of people would get the EV better. Yeah.
For me, I think it's very simple reason. Like EV have to more variable to them, like more power efficiencies, and EV have to like affordable price. They have anyway like they do competitor each brand or the government support, and the last one is the ecosystem is ready. Like a charger is everywhere, it's enough for everyone, and we have more mechanician to fix or to support your EV. That is if the time is everything is okay, EV will beat the ICE car for sure.
What Walter said.
Mic drop.
Yeah. Just covered it all. I mean, but he's right. I mean, we are Singapore, right? Cost is everything. The value, the price is everything, you know? So until the day that's on par, and I'll add one more thing, until the day that the government can be a little bit more supportive in terms of the silly little taxes and the way they price the road tax, you know, basing road tax based on power right now seems really backward thinking. But until the day all that happens, yeah, then we'll you know, the EVs will catch up with ICE cars.
I hear you. Now, we're all a bit biased towards Tesla because everyone here is a Tesla owner. But then we also have many friends who say BYD is good, it's cheaper than a Tesla. The Polestar is a fun car to drive. So if the friends ask, what EV should I get? What would you say?
Oh, I mean, I think the answer here is unanimous. I mean, I've had the privilege of driving many EVs in Singapore, many brands, and hand to heart, objectively, Tesla's still the best car. Implementation of technology, infrastructure, light years ahead. So it's very hard to argue against getting a Tesla.
For me, Tesla for sure. Same as I have to drive many many EV, but I think Tesla is the Tesla. Tesla, if compared with the phone, I think like an iPhone. They have their own culture, their own technologies, and their own performance. And other brands like to be the Tesla killer, but they cannot beat the Tesla anymore. So my answer is Tesla.
Yeah, of course, Tesla, we are here, right?
TeslaCon Singapore.
But first thing I would say, because the charging, so infrastructure is important, and so, but it's a very good beginning. Like if you want to familiar with the charging system, that's a good start to start with the Tesla for sure. And also I think Tesla just not a car. I would say it's more like an iPad with 4 wheels, and it's so easy to use and it's fun to use. Like camo, and it has that light shows. It's so fun to use. So I would recommend people to get Tesla first. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd say if you don't know much about EVs or you are worried about the technology, you should absolutely, I think, get a Tesla over other vehicles, and there's a reason for that. The reason is, I think today in our market, to buy an EV, which is going to be suited for all the purposes that you want, you unfortunately need to know a lot about the technology if you're buying any other brand. And I say that because what we see in the market is most brands have actually had to put in certain design or engineering compromises in their car in order to get the car to market at a certain price point. But Tesla has never done that. Because Tesla is a pure-play battery electric vehicle manufacturer, they designed their cars from the ground up to be electric vehicles, and they also have never sold any car model since the Roadster, I would say, with any serious design compromises that make it difficult for you to use it as an ordinary vehicle day to day. So I'll give you a very concrete example of this, right? Think about range and think about charging power, maximum charging power, right? Tesla has never sold a single vehicle to date, although of course in the future if they have more affordable vehicles it might change, but they've never sold any vehicle to date with inadequate range or with low charging power. And that's because from the ground up, they've decided that people need to be able to use the car for anything, including maybe, for example, ride hire, taxis, maybe long distance travel. And in those design contexts, you need something which has good range and can charge very quickly when you need it too. But when you look at the market out there today, you will find a lot of competitors sell, especially for the entry-level electric vehicles, cars with very poor range and cars with very low charging power. And this might be fine if you just have a very specific use case in mind, like you're just going to drive it around town and so on. In that case, the compromises are perfectly fine. You save a lot of money on that perhaps, right? But the moment you want to use one of these cars for a long trip, for example, you want to travel from Singapore to Kuala Lumpur, right? And you buy an electric vehicle which doesn't have the right range and doesn't have enough charging power, then you are really screwed because you're going to realize the trip that you thought could be completed in 3 or 4 hours might take 5, 6, or 7 hours. And you didn't know that because you didn't know much about EVs when you bought it. If you did, maybe you would have realized, okay, I can't use the EV for this purpose. But you buy it without knowing all this, you end up with a vehicle that's not fit for the purpose that you thought about. And I would say that that doesn't happen with a Tesla because they generally have not yet sold any vehicle with such a compromise. They've sold a vehicle so that any ICE user can get into it and just get going, doing exactly the same things they do in an ICE.
Thank you. Do any of you have any question for the panelists so far? Anyone? Yes? Let me bring a mic to you.
Thanks, Darren. Maybe this question is directed to Justin. So you said you drove many brands of other EV cars. Can you just like maybe compare to Tesla Can you quote some examples why Tesla is still your preferred choice?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention brands here because I have commercial commitments. But I've driven most of the EV brands in Singapore, and I would say what I mentioned just now in terms of technology implementation. Stuff like software updates. Stuff like autopilot. And the way they implement the technology with the screen and how fast and intuitive it is, nobody's even come close. I've genuinely given them a fair shot to try. They're fine, they're just not as good. And when you talk about the infrastructure, the supercharger network and all that, who even has one? There just isn't. And I'll tell you another thing that's just so forward thinking about Tesla. I don't know of another brand with a better referral program than Tesla. You're asking why I would tell my friends to buy a Tesla? Because if I ask my friends to buy a Tesla and they buy, I get benefits. Which other car brand does that? So all these things they've thought of, from buying to ownership to charging, it's very, very, very difficult to think of another brand who can even come close at the moment.
Question, and I think maybe for the rest of the panelists, is there anything that other EV brands do well that maybe Tesla can learn from? Can you think of anything?
Buttons.
Tell us more.
I mean, many EV cars are made by ICE brands. So as Walter mentioned just now, a lot of them build their cars with compromises. They still have a gear lever, for example. Why do you need a gear lever? I don't understand. But anyway, so one of the things that a lot of people cannot get used to in the Tesla is the lack of buttons. I appreciate the minimalistic look, but there are some functions that I would love to have a button for. Open the glove box for goodness sake, So, yeah, I mean, sure, that's a small little nitpick that you can think of. I would say in terms of they're really small things like where the charging port is located. I know of some cars, I want to say Audi here, I'm not entirely sure. I know of some cars who've even built charging ports on both sides of the car.
Porsche.
Yeah, Porsche, thank you, yeah. I thought that was very intuitive. I thought that's great because not every charger is going to be in the right position for your car. So things like that, but they are small things that it'll be great to have. It's not a deal breaker.
Art, how about you?
For me, I think for Thailand, I think the service, after-sale service of the Tesla, because Tesla in Thailand is just launched 1 year, not fully 1 year, almost 5 years, and I think they need to improve if they want to sell more Tesla or gain more Tesla owner. So for now, as I used to live with Thailand, they have only one service equal to 8,000 owners. So I think this point they have to improve. That after band have many service center, but Tesla, I think at least they have to one each 3,000 is better. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. So to give a bit of context, here in Singapore, we have 2,500 Teslas, one service center. And the longest to come to one service center in Singapore and Toa Payoh is about 25 minutes. It's in the middle of the country. In Thailand, they have 8,000 Teslas, one service center in Bangkok. That means if you buy a Model Y in Chiang Mai, it's going to take you a one-day trip to come to a service center. So hopefully we'll see more. I believe Tesla Thailand will build more.
Yes.
Heather, what can Tesla learn from other brands?
Yeah, I would say about the service because like in California, in a time like it's sometimes like people not easy to get the service really easily because lots of people getting EV at the same time, like get the Tesla at the same time, but you won't be able to get the service probably like 2 weeks after. But it's improving, but not really not that easy. So I think and I also kind of feel like in a service center, some of the people, they really don't know about the Tesla that well because maybe it's just like they're building up, but it's new center, so lots of people, they need to train the people a little more than like, but it's a little difficult, but hoping that will improving in the future, yeah.
Yeah, so I think product mix is actually the biggest issue with Tesla right now. Effectively, there are only two real products that they have, right? Model 3 and Model Y. I mean, there's S and X, but from my point of view, I think those are really legacy products. I'm not sure that they will remain in the market in the current form much longer. So they're really only in the mid-entry level premium market for basically SUVs and mid-sized cars, and that doesn't meet the needs of a lot of people, right? A lot of people out there, they want things like minivans, they want compact cars, they want hatchbacks and so on, and Tesla doesn't make them at the moment. And yes, Tesla is looking at making them, but the way that Tesla runs their engineering and operations is that they tend to go for massive economies of scale. And so they're not like other automakers where they will actually design and build, for example, a smaller production run vehicle just to meet a certain niche. So I think one of the issues is if you're considering electric vehicles and your current family needs or your usage case doesn't quite meet the need for a mid-size sedan or a compact SUV, then you're kind of out of luck because Tesla doesn't make anything that suits your needs. So I think this is an issue that probably needs to be addressed down the road.
Very good insights. Is there one more question from the audience today? Anyone? Raise your hands if you do. Okay, we'll see you out here.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeffter. I'd like to ask the panel, in the steady state when the cars in Singapore are electric, what percentage of the electric car market do you think Tesla will capture at steady state? And if it's less than 50%, what would it take for the other car makers to catch up to occupy a significant proportion of the market? Thank you.
Sorry, did I hear the question right now? What will it take for Tesla to have a bigger market share? Is that what you're asking? Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, what other car makers need to do to catch up to Tesla's market share?
That's right.
I'll give you a really superficial answer. Tesla is cool. Tesla has a built-in cool factor. For many years, there was that forbidden fruit factor. Now that it's in Singapore, Tesla still has a really, really cool factor to it that's very hard to put your finger on. I can't tell you how to get to that level of cool, but no other car maker has that, wow, you drive a Tesla feeling. So I don't know the formula, but if they can get their car, because a lot of the car makers in Singapore are legacy car makers. You know them for years and years and years. They made those cars. So to get to that level of cool, that needs some work.
So it's got to be cool. You know, a fun story I heard from my Thai friends. Before Tesla Thailand officially launched, if you drive a Model 3 or Model Y, you could park your Tesla in the supercar lots in the malls.
Yeah.
Now that it's so common, Model 3, Model Y cannot park in supercar lots. You must drive the Model X or the Model S there. Then only you can park in supercar. Downgraded.
The grade is down. But like Dalen said, 2 years ago, we like an exotic car, we can park in the supercar. And when you drive everywhere, every person will look at your cars. And when they have a chance, they will talk to you. How about the Tesla? What is the car? How it cools? So Tesla make me that I will not go back to drive the ICE car anymore. I think Tesla is a very cool car.
What do you think other car brands can do well to really catch up to Tesla?
So, but I think, yeah, the Tesla, I would say Tesla is still the car communicates to internationally, because in Taiwan, people, probably not many people speak English. Like in Singapore, you can use English, right? You use English all the day. But in Taiwan, some people speak Mandarin, but you can also change your change your Tesla to Mandarin speaking, change the language, you can change the language recognition, so you can talk to Tesla in Mandarin, then they still respond to you. So I would say in this part, Tesla is still better than the other car in this part. about other cars, I would say some of the cars, like Walter say, they having like more choice that you can have, because if you are going to get a mini van like for like 7 people or some, that's not many cars you can have. So it's good to see lots of more EV coming out, and they are like, I think EV is still a small world, like, right, compared to the ICE car. So they are learn from each other and make the EV better. Yeah.
So I think for other car brands to have more EV sales in Singapore, I think they're going to need to overhaul to some extent how they do the dealership, authorized dealership business of selling cars. Because I think one of the advantages that Tesla has had is actually in trying to change the business model of selling cars to consumers by adopting a much more direct-to-consumer arrangement. And I think that has been especially important because in many markets, car dealers, unfortunately, face this conflict of interest, which is that they are often very reluctant to sell a lot of electric vehicles because first, they don't want to invest in the maintenance and training of their staff in selling electric vehicles. Second, they may also face conflicting priorities, like maybe the profit margin they make on ICE vehicles is a lot higher, and they may also face a situation where it's easier for them to sell ICE. They don't have to do this education of the consumer. So when you take all of this together, you find that traditional car dealerships often have a lot of challenges selling electric vehicles because, quite frankly, their dollars and cents are not in it. They may not make as much money on it as they do in selling their ICE line, so why should they bother? So this is actually a big challenge that if a manufacturer who wants to sell electric vehicles, they really need to work on their dealership chain. They really need to work on how they engage customers a lot more in order to make those sales. So that's why I suspect, for example, you might see more success from a pure play electric vehicle manufacturer like, let's say, BYD, right? Or Polestar or something like that, compared to an existing manufacturer with a lot of ICE product lines where all of these concerns come to the front, you know, like your BMWs, Mercedes-Benz, or your Toyota, right? There's a reason why they have some mixed, I think, messaging in terms of how they push electric vehicles.
Thank you so much for the insights, Walter, Heather, Art, and also Justin. So what's going to happen next is our panel is going to be at the back, at the cocktail area. If you want to take questions, take photos, talk to us, we're going to be behind for 15 minutes. And we've learned so much about Teslas from around the world. It also means that hopefully you made a few new friends. So if you ever go to Taiwan or California, you got a friend closer to home, you don't have to drive to Bangkok, even though they're driving back to Bangkok very soon. If you take a flight to Bangkok, you want to test drive a Tesla. I had the opportunity to do a Model Y road trip with some of our teammates from Bangkok to Pattaya. There's superchargers, don't need to use any third-party chargers. Art and his team will be there to also give you some tips on how to have a great experience at Teslas there. And of course here in Singapore, Professor Walter, Justin, can share with you their tips, their experiences, their ups and downs about being a Tesla owner. So let's give them a round of applause for being here today. So thank you so much. Our next panel is going to start at 3:15. So be back to Roy. The rest of us will see you all behind if you want to say hi to us or ask us any questions. Thank you so much.
Welcome to our panel on Tesla safety and autonomy. I'd like to welcome our esteemed panelists, Tesla Joy, who's a social media influencer all the way down from California. We're really happy to have her. Then we have Jing Yin, CTO of Alliance. Please give him Alliance, sorry. And then we have Linda, who's welcome. It's so wonderful to have you guys. Sit here. All right, so today we'll be discussing about how Tesla's industry-leading safety features make a difference to drivers, right, in the safety and the autonomy. I mean, Tesla is the world's safest car on the road. And I think, having your insights and expertise will, definitely give us an opportunity and the audience here to know more. So I'd like to lead with the first question. Basically, I'd like to know, what has your first experience with a Tesla vehicle been like? Joy, would you like to expand?
The first experience, or when I first got my car?
Actually, I'd like you to introduce a little bit more about yourself, give an introduction, a little bit more. That would be great. Yeah.
So I'm Joy. I have a YouTube channel called Tesla Joy. I've been a Tesla Model 3 owner since July 2018. I have a first batch production, silver metallic, which is a discontinued color. Tesla, and I have been an FSD beta tester since October 2021, so it's been 2 years.
Wonderful, thank you. Jing Yin, would you like to give an introduction, please?
Hi everyone, welcome to TeslaCon. I'm Jing Yin. I am in charge of the product pricing portfolio management for Alliance Insurance Singapore. So I'm representing Alliance today. We are one of the major insurer of Tesla globally and as well as in Singapore. And I'm very excited to be here. We have a booth right beside, so do come and visit us.
Hello, I'm Linda. I am like the mama of Tesla Group in Singapore. So I help out when people have problems. And I now have a website called TeslaInsurance.asia to help our group buy insurance because we were having a lot of problems with that when it first started. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists, for joining us today. So once again, I'll kick off with the first question. What was your first experience like with a Tesla vehicle? Joy? Please.
My first experience with the Tesla, it was actually 2016 before I got my car.
Yeah.
I had a chance to ride in a Tesla Model S with Autopilot 1 on the freeway, and I was just blown away by the technology, and the car was just driving itself on the freeway in Silicon Valley. So that was my first time.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah. So I currently do not own a Tesla yet. So my first experience with Tesla was actually back in Hong Kong in 2017. So back then, I think Hong Kong was the densest population, the densest Tesla population in the world back in 2016, 2017 because of the tax rebate. So I remember quite clearly, I was there for work and I was seeing this Tesla just zoom past me on the road. It was the Model 3 and I was thinking to myself, wow, the future is here, right? And fully operational electric car on the road, driving and looking really sleek and solid as well. So that was my first experience. A few weeks ago, I had the chance to also test drive a Tesla Model Y. So that was my first experience as a driver. And I must say, it is both very natural as a driver to transition, as well as very new. It was a very, very new and refreshing experience as well, driving an electric vehicle with the acceleration, with the coolness, with the large screen. So looking forward very much to Tesla making its way in Singapore more.
My experience was through knowing Elon Musk and how the brand was so selfless in pushing for sustainable mobility. And when my husband said, let's get a Tesla, when it came to Singapore, I was like, okay, of course, we must. When I first got into the car, it was crazy. He said, I had never loved a car before. And
fell in love.
Yeah, and it's like the most naggy kind of co-driver. Just make sure, keep a distance, you're going to left, you're going to right. Yeah, and then like it has superior judgment, even for things that may be a lack of judgment or just an attention lapse.
So it covers like all the blind spots, you know, and sort of almost like protects you when you're on the road, which I think is fantastic, you know.
Because it's artificial intelligence. It's
yeah.
awesome.
No, wonderful. Now, Tesla, as you know, has a reputation for safety. Do you guys have a personal story in terms of how it has made driving easier for you? Joy and Linda.
Yes, okay, I'm on. So I do have a personal story. The day I picked up my Model 3 in 2018, I drove it to show my mother my brand new car. And on the freeway in Los Angeles, round trip twice, it helped me to avoid two potential accidents when there are cars in my adjacent lanes drifted or veered into my lane and they're in my blind spot. I didn't know until the car started beeping at me, asking me to take control. And the car actually moved a little bit away from the intruding vehicle. So since day one, I started building my confidence in the capability and the safety of this car.
Wonderful.
Okay, so I'll continue my very brief experience with Tesla as well. So my only experience is the test drive that I had a couple of weeks ago. But in terms of safety, I was very impressed by the large screen that showed me exactly what was going on. My acceleration, the speed, the surrounding, and how clear the screen was. I'm a big believer that definitely would also help drivers being more conscious about the safety, their driving behavior and all that. So personally, not yet, but from my very brief driving experience, I can see how it would change and improve driving experience and behavior also for the drivers themselves.
For myself, I just think it's superior intelligence. That's the safest thing for me.
Yeah, and do you have a personal story in terms of where you felt, you know, the safety feature, like as you've been driving?
Yeah, so every day it would be as like just telling me don't go too fast or keep to the left and things like that. It would.
You just drove 2,500 kilometers from Thailand to come back here. I'm sure, you know, it's been a wonderful experience, you know, with the safety and the autonomy features.
Yeah, it was, sometimes I would get really tired, and it kind of helps me. Its driver assistance is wonderful, and it will keep on track and beep, 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 and stuff like that if I don't pay enough attention. Yeah, it's great.
Okay, great. Now, I'd like to expand a little more towards this question for you, Jing-Yin. In terms of, despite Tesla's additional sort of safety and autonomy features, we noticed the insurance premiums, you know, tend to be higher versus normal cars. Could you please expand a little more on that for us?
Yeah, it's a very good question. How much time do we have? Okay.
We have good time, don't worry.
Okay, let me try to cover this briefly. Yeah, I think this is the number one question a lot of Tesla owners have, is the cost, the overall cost of owning the vehicle. And insurance do play a big part of that cost overall. Other than the savings in petrol versus electric and all that, insurance costs do come to mind. And the reality today is, yes, insurance premium for Tesla in Singapore and actually also across the region and globally is typically higher than a normal like-to-like ICE vehicle, a combustion vehicle. So why is that so? Okay, I'll try to explain this from a viewpoint and a perspective from an insurer. Okay, so if you look at the makeup of an insurance premium, the majority of the cost that you pay is actually going to the cost of repair. Okay, that is the single biggest cost of your insurance premium. It's going to the cost of repair. It's not going to the profit margin of your intermediaries, your brokers, your agency, or to the insurer. So the cost of repair. So despite the safety feature, which I do agree, we do see that the safety feature, the autonomous driving, the advanced driver assistance service system do reduce the frequency of the accident, the probability of an accident occurring. The other part of the cost of the insurance, rather than the percentage of you getting into an accident, is the cost of repair. Okay, so in insurance term is what we call the severity. How much does your repair cost if you were to meet with an accident? At the moment, the data that we see in the market, there's a lot more Tesla. In Singapore, Tesla numbers are not very high. It's growing extremely fast. There's about 2,000 plus Tesla on the road at the moment. A relatively small number. In markets where Tesla is a lot more matured, in US, in Hong Kong and all that, the data that we see is that the cost of repair, the average cost of repair of Tesla is significantly higher. It's higher than its counterpart let's say, compared to a BMW, compared to a Mercedes-Benz. It is higher. So why is that so? Honestly, I don't have a very good, clear answer. But what we tend to believe why the average cost of repair of Tesla is a lot higher, there's a few factors. One is we also heard about how advanced Tesla is in terms of the safety feature, in terms of the sensors, in terms of the camera. That means the entire car is equipped with high-tech electronic components. Yeah? The door is not just a door. The door comes with sensors, the door comes with high-voltage cable, the door comes with many different parts that make up the door. So to replace something like that with a lot more electrical components, sometimes it can be more expensive. Then we go also to the workshop. A repair for an EV is extremely technical. You need to go into essentially a room where they store an electric vehicle before the repair can begin. It's not your old sweatshop kind of workshop where people go in, you see a lot of oil change on the floor, a dirty one. If you've ever been to an electric vehicle or a Tesla repair workshop, you can see it's almost like a Apple store. It's a tech company, it's a tech store. Yeah? It's extremely clean, it's extremely mechanical, it's extremely electrical. It's not so manually labor intensive. Yeah? So a few factors that's coming into play, but overall the insurance premium is high because of the cost of repair. Yeah? One thing I would also like to hope is that as we move into more autonomous driving, as the world opens up to the availability and acceptability of autonomous driving, I am a big believer that the more we move into autonomous driving, the lower the frequency of accident will be. There will be less accidents. So hopefully that can give a positive cost to the insurance premium. And also from a severity perspective, the cost of repair perspective, as Tesla become more common, more available, I'm also hopeful that potentially the repair cost would come down from more spare parts coming into Singapore, from more workshops being able to repair also Tesla. Yeah? So hopefully with some positive implication from this perspective, the insurance premium can come down. Yeah? And I would also like to hear from Joy. So we had a very brief chat earlier, right, on also Tesla insurance. So Tesla insurance is available in several countries and specifically in US, several states. It's not yet in Singapore. But one thing that they do very cool, I think it's extremely interesting, is they use driving behavior, where they translate that into a safety score to directly impact your insurance premium. So to me, that's a really, really wonderful thing because we can actually use insurance as a way to introduce a safer driving behavior to everyone on the road. Yeah. So Joy, over to you.
Thank you. Yes. So Tesla rolled out Tesla insurance specifically for the reasons that you just stated, because the traditional insurance sounds like worldwide from US and from Singapore so far is the cost of repair. And there had been this misconception that Teslas are extremely expensive to repair. And many, many years ago, I would say maybe 2018 or 2019, it was the case because as Model 3 started rolling out, I personally have never test-driven a Model 3 before I picked up my car. I did not even drive a Tesla until I drove my own car out of the lot, right? So they didn't have any spare parts. So if somebody had gotten into an accident at that time, they had to wait for a long time for Tesla to produce extra parts in order to fix the car. And so the premiums went up for Tesla owners, insurance premiums. And then Elon came out and said, well, insurance shouldn't be this high because Tesla has autopilot. So I think in 2019, he decided that all new Teslas will have at least the basic autopilot feature, the lane keeping and the distance keeping, right? So he said, well, drivers shouldn't be penalized by if they have this autopilot feature, because it will actually make the car safer, and it will prevent the cars to get into accidents or initiate accidents, I should say. I mean, someone is side-swiping you or rear-ended you, you know, those things you cannot control, but at least a car will not drive itself into another car and cause an accident. So he rolled out Tesla insurance, and I switched. And my premium did go down, and I did a series of videos on my YouTube channel. I actually went through the entire insurance documents and share with people, hey, this is what Tesla insurance covers, and if you do drive a Tesla and if it is available in your states, you should consider signing up with Tesla insurance. And there's a clause specifically, I just checked it actually last night before I go to bed just to make sure that the policy didn't change that much. There is an option, well, actually, it's not really an option. They call it an option, they still charge you. It's $20 US dollars for 6 months of premium. It's called autonomous vehicle package. Basically, it says if your car has level 2 and above autonomous driving capability under Tesla insurance, and if the car gets in an accident, Tesla insurance will be responsible for it. So I am hoping that you guys, as a provider, will take this as an example. And basically, Tesla insurance revamped into the legacy insurance industry. So it's no longer looking at, well, your electric car is going to cost so much more expensive to fix, and therefore EV drivers' premium will be higher than ICE cars, but rather what type of safety technology this car has, and what's the potential of this EV to not engage in accidents, and then price that accordingly. And of course, the safety score as well. I'm in California. Unfortunately, my state, they are not doing the premium based on the safety score, but I do know there in other states in United States, I have friends, their premium is so much, like half of what I'm paying in California, because they maintain like above 95 safety score.
Oh, wow.
Maybe I'll just add one point
Sure.
also to do a little bit of marketing for Allianz. Yeah? So beyond just the insurance premium, yeah, in Allianz we believe very much in being a part of journey of the electrification of vehicles in Singapore. Yeah, if you look at the Singapore Green Plan 2030, the government do want to electrify all the vehicles on the road, yeah, towards cleaner energy, phasing out pure petrol vehicles, towards pure electric vehicles or even hybrid. So early last year, we launched one of the first dedicated motor insurance product covering electric vehicle. In our policy, we specify the new risks that come along from owning an electric vehicle. Damages to private home charging, cyber hacking as well. What happens if you get into a claim when you're on your autonomous driving or your advanced driving assistant mode? We explicitly cover that. So in Allianz, we very much believe in the journey of electrification of motor vehicles in Singapore. So we got into the journey early. And if you're interested to know more, we have a booth right there. And we also have a promotion code that we created specifically for the TeslaCon event as well. So please visit at our booth. And if you're not yet a customer, you can do a little bit of a sign up and we will give you a free gift as well.
There is also a very primitive way that the insurance are using. So over here we have like no claim discount. And besides that, which is the official claims actually passing through, there's also a record that's more, that is on the system, but it's not as well picked up by users generally because we think there is no claim. So there is no issue. But actually every single report that we are making, even if there was no claim paid out, it is clocked in by the insurers. So in a primitive way, it is being monitored. Yeah.
No, this is really wonderful to hear, especially now. As you know, Elon Musk stated he wants to make Teslas fully autonomous in the future. What do you think, and when do you think this will start happening?
You want to start this?
Well, I've been asked this question quite often, and as an FSD beta tester for the last 2 years, I hold an unpopular opinion about this. I think it's not going to be fully autonomous or level 5 unless other cars on the road are also driving autonomously. Because right now, as you guys know in the insurance, right, accidents happen because humans make mistakes. So as long as there are human drivers on the road, people will doze off, they may be distracted, they will make mistakes, and your car is, you know, I mean, my car is on FSD, but there have been people that would just like cut in front of me or veer in front of me, and thankfully my car stopped, and my car had never rear-ended anybody, but they're just scary moments like that. So my opinion is, unless other cars are also autonomous on the road, level 5 is really hard to achieve.
Thank you.
Yeah, I share a very similar view. Personally, I do hope that the world can transition into a fully autonomous driving mode faster and at a faster pace than what we are seeing now. But the reality is it is extremely challenging. It is extremely challenging because in order to have a fully autonomous world, we need essentially 95-100% of the vehicles on autonomous mode. So it's an extremely hard thing to achieve. That being said, I think different countries and different jurisdictions are on a different pace. Closer to home here in Singapore, LTA actually have a very ambitious autonomous vehicle plan. Yeah? They announced it back in 2014, I believe. So there is an AV roadmap that you can see on the LTA website. Yeah, if you remember, I'm not sure whether the audience will know, but back in the days, we have some of the early adopters of autonomous vehicle in Singapore. There's a test area in One North. Autonomy is one of the French companies that came in and did a lot of autonomous driving testing as well. But operationally on the road, at the moment in Singapore, it's mostly on commercial vehicles, on passenger vehicles. So we have a live example in Gardens by the Bay. There's a fully autonomous bus that drives there for visitors of Gardens by the Bay around the area. There's also one at Jurong Lakeside. And earlier this year, there was also a bus, a Movita bus, that started operation on public road, yeah, which is extremely interesting. They ferry passengers from Ngee Ann Polytechnic to King Albert MRT. So that runs every day. So I do see autonomous driving getting more traction in Singapore. Singapore is one of the pioneers globally for autonomous vehicle driving. I think we are ranked number 4. As a country, Singapore is ranked number 4 in how fast we are moving for autonomous driving. Mostly related more to the commercial space at the moment, but hopefully we'll see more and more. And I'm sure Singapore should be one of the first countries, also because it's a city-state, it's more concentrated, the roads are a little bit better. So hopefully we see Singapore be a pioneer in this area in autonomy. I'm not sure whether it's a word for it, but making sure vehicles go into a more autonomous behavior in all Singapore roads.
I personally think that Singapore is a little bit conservative. Like a lot of the Tesla features that are available in other other regions are toned down here because of regulations. I think there is still a lot of fear and of the unknown, and it's always safer to be a laggard, I feel. But if I were to think of it in terms of all the data that the cars are generating and the future, I think it's an eventuality, but it's just how much further in the future. Is it still science fiction at this point in time, or only in very restricted amounts? That's how I think it will go. It's more in terms of a regulation kind of problem at the moment, just to keep everybody in our little bubbles at the moment.
Thank you. Now, this is going to be a bit of a futuristic question. Do you think our kids will need driving licenses, in the future, if we're looking at autonomous driving and how things are going to change? Will they even need a driver's license? Leave it to...
I can take that. I'll give a very personal view. If it is a fully autonomous driving mode, I don't see a reason why anyone needs a driving license actually. Yeah. But who knows? Ultimately, the owner of the vehicle would be responsible. That's my view. The owner of the vehicle, the person that's owning the vehicle would have liability, would have the responsibility for anything that happens to the car or caused by the car. So whether it's a driving license, whether it's an operating license, whether it would change, you may no longer need to do your parking. So even from the past few decades, back then, everybody needed to do a manual. You need to get your exams passed on the manual mode. Yeah, now it's no longer the case. So I think we are moving there, but how far along would that be? My kids are a little older, so I think they will probably still need a driving license. But maybe our kids.
Like, I personally always hear my friends complain, where he get his license from? It's actually a lot of it is going along the lines of rules and etiquette, and like knowing how you should actually behave for the safety of not just yourself, but of other people as well. I think that is the core thing that still needs. But as with a lot of things in life, in culture, we are always evolving. So the things that we would need in the future will be vastly different. And I think firstly, we have to focus on what artificial intelligence cannot achieve, which is the training of the human.
Well, I do have a 15-year-old daughter, and she is preparing for her student license. So direct question is yes, for me, but hopefully her children, if she chooses to have them, hopefully they won't. Because it's not just autonomous driving, but there are also a lot of ride shares. That's another whole topic, right? Another ecosystem. So maybe not her generation, but perhaps the next generation after my daughters, they won't have to worry about getting a driver's license.
I can see that coming with the next couple generations ahead. I would love to now give the floor to the audience if they have any questions for our panelists. Do you guys have any questions? No? Okay, so I guess your insights have been very useful, and thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we will end our panel now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. It's been a pleasure. We will go and get down. Oh, actually.
All right, so let me have a short introduction of our panel. I'm sure some of you know better than others, a few of the panelists here. Okay, we have had quite a few photo ops, my panelists being stolen away from me before we can bring them on stage. So no worries, okay? I will start with Kelvin. Okay, so Kelvin Learns Investing is a local YouTuber who shares a wide array of financial knowledge on his channel, as well as host of the Backholder podcast. Kelvin, how did your journey with Tesla begin?
I actually noticed Tesla back in 2016, but too bad lah. I didn't start investing back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't be Kelvin Learns Investing. I'd be Kelvin Learns Tesla already. But I think my real journey with Tesla started in 2020 when I started seeing other YouTubers talking about Tesla. So that's when I jumped onto the bandwagon. But back then, I was like, buy first, check later. Then after a few months after I bought, I only started to research into the company. And the more I researched, the more I realized that Tesla is actually a legit company there. So yeah, the more I researched, the more Tesla is a good company. So, and that's where it led to us to where all of us are now. Yes, fan group everywhere, even in Singapore. So yeah, that's my journey with Tesla.
All right. Let me try to expand that a bit. So you mentioned that after a while of studying the company and looking at the company, you found that it's legit. What particularly, technically, right, like in terms of the engineering or in terms of the people, what particularly stood out to you? What made you say, okay, I put what I learned well into what I want to do?
So I think for them, they were the forefront movers of technology. First, it was EV. They just dragged the entire car company into this whole EV thing. And all the rest of the car companies have to just follow along or get left behind. So that's one. Then the second one was the full self-driving, the whole technology of making driving safer. Then there was the energy, and now it's the whole AI board thing that's going on. So they are basically the movers of a lot of things all together in one company.
All right, awesome. All right, next we'll move on to Rui Ming. Okay, Rui Ming is a successful ex-poker player, and he now conducts classes on finance. He also regularly shares his passion of Tesla as a company. Rui Ming, how did your journey with Tesla begin?
Hey guys, so interesting story, right? I actually first heard about Tesla in 2018 from a good friend, Ken. Some of you might know him as Chicken Genius. Like we were, I think, having dinner overseas, and then the conversation went like, hey, what's your top 3 stocks? And then he said his top 3 stocks. Chicken Genius said his top 3 stocks were like Apple, Google, and Tesla. And I mean like, Tesla is like quite the uncommon choice. So back then I read out more about it, and to be honest, it wasn't easy because there was a lot of like misinformation, fake news, a lot of FUD spread about Elon Musk and the company as a whole. But after I read out more, I feel like I slowly understand the vision that Elon Musk wanted to bring to the world, and slowly I increased my conviction over the years. Yeah.
All right, awesome. So there is really a lot of FUD that goes on about the company as well as Elon Musk, you know. People are always saying a lot of things. Rui Ming, I do know that you read his book recently. Give us one insight that you gained from reading the book that you can reflect on now and say, this guy is legit.
One insight that I have is, I also drawing from my personal experience, and I think it makes sense that like whatever Elon Musk do, it's not easy, and sometimes like, you know, like people might read the book and then say, hey, there's a lot of red flags about it. But when I read the book, I feel like it only shows how not just human he is, but also how hard he tries to bring the vision that he wants into his companies and to the world. And that's something that I felt there's a lot of grit and determination in what he's trying to do, and that actually gave me confidence in his leadership and in Tesla.
All right, thank you, Rui Ming. All right, we'll move on to our last speaker. Okay, JC is an equity dealer at Mumu Singapore. He's a passionate advocate for financial literacy and a regular feature on Mumu and local media publications. He usually provides commentary on the general industry. How did your journey in the industry begin?
For me, I guess everyone can hear, right? Okay. So for me, the journey really begins, I would say, when I started my first kind of paper trading. This is how I really started on this whole finance journey itself. So it's during Polytechnic, and then I started this paper trading. And then from there, quick fun update, I was also an IT guy like Kelvin, from my understanding. And then from there, I moved on to finance when I was doing my bachelor's degree, and then learned more about it. Somehow I was with DBS, and then following now with Mumu. And this whole journey of investing, as well as today's event, is Tesla. I think to bring a point with what Kelvin has mentioned earlier, I also found out about the stock, even the company itself in 2020, when everyone was very passionate about this company in 2020 itself. So even for myself, when everyone that's looking to this journey of finance, you want to find out about company, a lot of this has to do with momentum. You find out everyone is talking about it, whether you like it or not. If everyone is talking about it, be it on social media, be it within your peers, word of mouth, you start to learn about it, find out more about it, and then you get into the topic itself. Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, so talking about Tesla in general, right? There are a lot of things, some people are very optimistic about the company, some people less optimistic, a bit pessimistic, in fact. For the panelists, right, y'all can take this question in any way y'all want. Whoever wants to reach for the mic first, y'all can take it first. What do you see as Tesla's biggest competitive advantage right now? Any of the panelists. Whoever's holding the mic is fine.
Okay, I start first. So there's a lot of advantages that I think Tesla have, but if I were to choose the biggest, I would say is Elon Musk and his leadership, because it comes from the reasoning behind it comes from the top down, right? Whatever he wants to do, it drives everything else. So like for example, you can say they have a very good lead in EVs, FSD, but that comes from the management at the top. So cause and effect. So I think the management, Elon Musk and his top leadership is the biggest advantage that drives the innovation, the culture, and all the advantages that they have right now. And these advantages and this brand is only getting wider. Yeah, that's just my take.
All right, that's great. It's quite amazing that it comes out in the products as well, right? Like when there are many owners here, all the cars that we see over here, when owners themselves, the previous panel was a bunch of owners, when they speak about the cars, they are so amazed by the technology, they love it. They say, I will never change to anything else. Especially in the EV world, they are never going to change back to ICE. You'll never hear them say, I want to go back to an ICE car and EV is so bad. It is amazing, right? What about the other two panelists? What do y'all think? What's Tesla's biggest competitive advantage?
So for Elon, he mentioned that it is manufacturing. But that was back in 2020. I feel that there's not a real advantage because once you build a factory in maybe China, the whole idea of manufacturing can be just copied over to another car company. So to me, it is more about the soul of Tesla itself, which is what Rayming mentioned just now. This is the idea and the whole courage to take risk where no other companies dare to. So like what I mentioned, Tesla was the first company that dared to make EV as a car company, while no other company dares to. Then they pioneered this whole full self-driving thing. Even though it's still not out yet, it has already saved a lot of lives just by making driving a lot safer. Then after that, is right now saving the environment so they are actually recycling some of the lithium batteries that people have sent back to them. Right now it's about like 92% recycling rate. And after that, they just make the whole efficiency going up by introducing the Tesla bot thing, which is still not out yet. But last month I saw that it was doing some yoga posting. It was able to sort some blocks, some bricks into some cardboard box. So these are the things that no other companies dares to do. where Tesla dares to do. So it's this whole idea that Tesla embodies. So I think that is their competitive advantage.
All right, that's so awesome. So after two speakers have shared their ideas about what the company is about, neither of them focused on what is just happening now. They always focus on what is happening with the soul of the company. The head of the company, Elon Musk, as well as the people, they will constantly keep trying to take risks, keep trying to improve. They are never satisfied with the status quo. If any of y'all have read the book about Elon Musk, he never sits very long being satisfied with just one thing. Once he landed Falcon 9 for the first time, he could only be so happy for so long before he went on to his next endeavor. He never was comfortable. JC, what do you think?
For me, I think both Kelvin and Rui Ming had very good points, especially for Tesla itself. There's a lot of big competitive advantage that they have. For me, I would say the brand itself is the biggest competitive advantage. So I understand that Tesla was the pioneer electric vehicle company. So they started this whole EV industry. So a lot of companies are now doing their own EV, but the one that started was Tesla. So the branding itself, it's the biggest advantage, competitive advantage, because right now, I think if we go down to, let's say, not in this event, but let's say we go down to Orchard Road, you grab 10 people, 20 people, ask them, think of a brand when you think of electric vehicle. Chances are Tesla will be the top answer. So this is where I think Tesla as a company itself, they have created their own branding to a point where I think right here today in the TeslaCon event, we do see amazing products by Tesla itself. Everyone can see what kind of vehicles is here. You get to see all these amazing vehicles, the branding itself, and we have TeslaCons. So we have all the owners, the enthusiasts, they're all coming. So for me, that could be one of the biggest advantage for Tesla. And of course, other things, maybe it's, I would say, maybe in Singapore, it might not be the biggest, but the supercharging network. Because Singapore is, after all, a smaller country. There's so limited of how many of these superchargers that we can actually install. So worldwide, of course, let's say in the US itself, it's really huge. So this is also an advantage that they have that their competitors may not be actually doing.
Right. And I would personally say that, in fact, we are just getting started, right? EV adoption in the world is around 10%, 11%. There's still a lot more to do. And even Tesla itself has so many more projects upcoming that we just haven't seen yet. But once the world sees it, it's going to be world-changing. All right, so let's move on to our next question, right? What would it take for the public to see Tesla as an AI company? That's like a next step, right? So right now, most of our event as well, right? There's all the vehicles here. We're just looking at the cars, the physical thing that's out there that we can touch, we can feel. What is it in the AI sphere that they can do that the public will be like, now Tesla is an AI company? Any of the speakers, please.
I think there are three things that are going on for Tesla, three verticals. The first one is their full self-driving. But I think the world has already got bored of their full self-driving. It's like, when is it out? It's never going to come out, which I think is very likely to come out within the next 10 years. So that's the first thing. Once it comes out, people will acknowledge that Tesla has really solved full self-driving, and that would mean a lot of things for Tesla. For example, one, more revenue, lesser car accidents. Then for the second thing is that Tesla has actually moved their full self-driving training thing onto their Dojo supercomputer. and that means that Tesla no longer has to depend on human to code their full self-driving. So that just means their full self-driving will progress a lot faster as compared to before. So that's the second thing. And for the third thing, their AI bot, which I mentioned just now, so it has a bit of similarity to that Boston Dynamics, the whole robot thing which people kick around, abuser. So, but for Tesla, they are using it for their, maybe in the future, for factories to create cars, and even further in the future is to even become our helpers, hopefully. So these are the things that when you add up together, it will make Tesla into an AI company.
All right. What about the other two speakers? What do you guys think?
For me, I think it's like what Kelvin said, is full self-driving. I think that will be the immediate next step where I think the general consumers or the public will have a mindset shift. So for instance, like if you take a Grab from here home, and then if your Grab car don't have driver, it's just automated, then I think that is like a distinct mindset shift is driven by software, it's AI. And I think also the pushback will be like, hey, is it safe or not? But, because we are not used to it. But for example, if you take a plane from here to Japan, most of the flight is also autopilot, right? The pilots only do the landing and all that. So it's not that, it cannot be done. The technology is already there, just that we have to fine tune, and I think we are getting closer. I think those of you Tesla owners, you can see with every update on FSD, right, we are getting closer to it. And it might take a while, but I think there is no harm to, delaying it. So we don't want to, rush it out, and then we have accidents on the road. That's the last thing we want. We want to make sure that everything is on track. So it might take another 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. To be honest, I do not know when it will be fully released. But when that stage comes where you see all your friends or most of your friends, their cars no need drivers, full self-driving, or they can sit in the driver's seat, but they can, watch a movie, or read a book while on the way to their destination. Then I think there will be a distinct a mindset shift in consumers where perhaps Tesla is not just selling cars, but it's really a AI company. Yeah, that's just my take.
All right, but Elon says FSD is coming by end of 2023. All right, just a joke. It will take a while, but so I believe what Rayming and Kelvin have said as well is it is a step change. It's a disruption of the industry, right? So like the thought process I usually run through is like if the cost of public transport now is a certain amount and the cost to take a Grab is a certain amount, what is the amount in between that you will say, I will take a Grab all the time? And that's probably the disruption or the AI advantage of what FSD can provide in the future. JC, what do you think?
For me, I think both Kelvin and Rayming talk about the most important thing already, which is the FSD for Tesla itself. So for me, right now, I'm pretty sure the public, instead of perceiving Tesla as an AI, definitely perceiving it as a tech company. People from a lot of angles, they will look at it as a tech company. And then for Tesla itself, for the public to actually perceive it as an AI company, we can look at all these other AI companies that is going on right now. Of course, AI itself is the biggest buzzword this year. So it started early this year with OpenAI, with the ChatGPT itself. So AI started from there, there's a big boom. And then following onwards, we have NVIDIA as well, who the CEO talk about AI chips. So we look at all these different companies being AI now. However, there are also AI solutions. So this is where the public really can start to see Tesla as a company going from, of course, they're not just selling vehicles, to become a tech company and then transition to more of an AI company with all these different AI solutions. It could be, of course, one of them would be the end of the year 2023 full self-drive. I'm not sure when that will actually happen. But these are solutions that Tesla as a company, they can actually provide to all of the users out there. And then following onwards, they can provide different solutions. Just like I talked a little about battery. I'm not sure how they can do it. So battery with AI solutions. And then when all of this starts happening, maybe in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, etc., then the public will really start seeing all of these different solutions that Tesla can give up to the public, and then the perception will change. So it's no longer just a car company, not a tech company, but an AI solutions company as well.
All right. So what that means is that AI, like JC said, right? AI is a bit of a buzzword. People say it as a coverall. Like ChatGPT is the same, FSD is the same, but we understand fundamentally that it's different. When Tesla tackles AI, it tackles it from many different aspects, from the board to vision to Dojo as a service possibly in the future, and many, many other things. In terms of energy, they are able to do storage systems that sell when the price is too expensive. and buy when the price is cheaper so that the user gets a better use of their equipment. All right, so for the three speakers, what do you see as the next big thing? What do you look forward most to see in 2024, 5 years, and 10 years down the road? So you guys can pick 1 year each, or you all can just go all three, if you take everything.
I hope to see $130,000 Tesla, including COE in Singapore.
That's already the case, right?
Including COE.
Oh, 130. All right, never mind. Sorry, my bad.
I think for this, I do think it will happen very soon. Tesla introducing budget models, not necessarily 130,000 including COE lah. That'll be a dream lah.
I do think that a few of us came together and calculated, right? So for the $25,000 USD car in Singapore, if you translate it over and you add ABSD, the additional cost, ARF, right? I think the total with all the subsidies comes to about 45,000 without COE. So it is possible with their $25,000 car.
Yeah, so that's what I hope to see lah.
Yeah, that's a dream.
Being more affordable to people who really like the car, and not just for rich people. Yeah, so that's my dream for Tesla next year.
All right. What about 5 years or 10 years? Or 20, take it however you want. Just go imagine in the future, Imagine a future where you can do anything.
On a longer time scale of 5 to 10 years, I could love to see the Optimus robot. Yeah, that really blows my mind. I mean, like FSD, some of you with Tesla, you already experienced partially how it works, so it's already here. But I think with a robot, help me to do my laundry, helping me to do the heavy lifting of moving my house or I think that's really cool lah. Yeah, so really looking forward to it. I do understand it won't be. I think in the next 3 to 5 years, it might not materialize yet. But of course, you never say. Who knows? Elon Musk and his team might cut down the timeline. But over the next 5-10 years, I think that will be really cool to see robots in my house. Every house will have a robot, or maybe half our households will have one. To help me to do some stuff. That'd be really cool. Yeah.
And speak to you sarcastically, right? Using Grok AI. All right, JC, what do you think?
So for me, I think next year at least, so 2024, it's very likely that we are now in a higher for longer interest rate environment. So of course, this higher for interest rate environment for Tesla, it's also it's a thing for every company, including Tesla itself. So this high for longer interest rate will also affect their own operating costs, because they have to definitely do pay higher interest rates. And then for consumers who are looking to actually purchase vehicles from Tesla itself, they do have to note that with this high interest rate, higher car loan payment monthly. So it will be really good to see how Tesla actually manage this whole high interest rate environment for 2024. How they can use all the different solutions that they can do to actually attract buyers to continue purchasing products with Tesla. For let's say 5 years down the road, probably that will be 2028. Okay, not yet to the Singapore target in 2030 green plan, but so 5 years down the road, probably we would see Tesla still dominating this EV space itself, with all these very nice luxury cars that everyone really loves. Because, I've been here today, I've been looking at all the cars. It's amazing. I've never really been inside the Tesla, so today is the first time for me to see the interior as well. So it's wow, it's amazing. So 5 years later, it will be really cool to see how Tesla as a company actually continue to evolve. We talked a little bit about AI just now, how they can use different AI solutions to actually help the company. And then 10 years, wow, that's really far away, but hopefully the world has transitioned to mostly electric or at least hybrid vehicles. And it would be nice to see really a lot of charging networks, superchargers, more Teslas on the road. Yeah, that would be really great for the company as well.
Right. Okay, disruptive innovation, right, usually is on an S-curve. So for EV adoption particularly versus ICE car usage right now, it's just more than 10%. So I believe there are studies out there that say beyond the 10% mark, it takes less than 10 years for it to reach 80%. So within 10 years, our conversation will be very different, you know, when we're looking on the roads. I think Darren also recently traveled to Shanghai, and he says the roads are so quiet, right? So that's something that we'll be able to see, that, you know, there's no more like the motorcycles go past at night and that kind of thing. Everything's going to be electric, everything's going to be silent.
Just to add, one very cool thing that you said, the roads are quiet while the cars are quiet. So that's amazing. So that's one thing that can actually help, I think, the roads here, because with EV, there's no sound in it. So it actually helps with noise pollution as well. So that'll be a really cool thing to see 10 years or 5 years from now.
Right, and I do believe for myself, right, I've also watched some vlogs of YouTubers traveling in Norway, and when you look at their multi-story car parks, every single car park lot has an EV charger. So there is no like idle fees there. I would suppose there's no idle fees there, because every single EV there is every single parking lot there has an EV charger, and almost every car there is an EV. Like no one uses ICE cars there anymore. You know, so it's quite amazing to think of the future that we can see. But let's expand on that a bit, right? What do y'all think will be different in our region, right? Because this is, you know, TeslaCon Singapore is Asia Pacific's first event. What do y'all foresee will be the difference of the surroundings around us, you know, like in terms of the environment, in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of jobs, for Singapore or for the Southeast Asian region?
I can think of two main things. One, maybe Singapore and also the broader Southeast Asia. I think Singapore has a plan by 2030 to remove all ICE vehicles, which means all cars have to be EVs, right? So that also means like less pollution, a quieter environment. So I think that helps in general. And 2030 is not that far away. We are already like 2 months to 2024. Yeah, so that's like 5-6 years down. So that is like a reality that the government set. It's a timeline that the government set, and it's going to happen in 6 years' time. Then I think on the parallel track with Optimus, the robots, right? I think they will. So a lot of people are also afraid, like, hey, the robots will remove some, will make my job obsolete and all that. So they are worried, lah. But I feel like maybe 10 years from now, some of the jobs that we will be doing will be very different from what we are doing now. So just to draw a comparison, right? I think maybe like 50 years ago, 100 years ago, many of the jobs then are obsolete now, and many of the jobs that we are doing today, 80% of them were not yet like invented or created 50 years ago. So what I mean to say is like in 5 or 10 years down, some of the jobs that will be doing will be new lah, and some of the more like easy or mundane stuff, the robots can do for us. So that is also something that I look forward to in a way, like how the world changed and how society slowly adapt to it. Yeah.
All right. I do want to build on what Rui Ming said, right? So I do have this idea, right? So I think for Singapore as well as most of our Southeast Asian region, right, we are all extremely passionate about food. And so when I think about this food equation and I watch some YouTubers, you know, they break down how difficult it is to be a hawker out there. And then I think, is Optimus able to replicate this? You know, if someone is like doing char kway teow out there, you know, just doing this for like 10 hours on end, serving char kway teow to people, doing a very laborious job. And Optimus and Tesla's FSD computer and their vision system and their inference system is able to watch a particular hawker, how he puts his ingredients in, how he cooks his noodles, and he just shows the robot how he does it 100 times. And then the robot just does it and can do it for him in a hawker stall. That's the possibility that we can imagine in the local context, right? And then I started to think even more, right? Expand beyond that. What if someone, like our visitors, we do have some visitors from America, from Europe, beyond that, if they feel like, hey, I've traveled to Singapore before, I like the Hokkien Mee here, then I feel like eating Hokkien Mee, can I use my Tesla bot to cook Hokkien Mee? Go out, source the ingredients for me, you know, cook it, and in the exact style of the chef that you want that Hokkien Mee from. You know, because we have specialty, you know, we have Michelin star, lah, this hawker very good. Because most of this will be limited in our lifetimes by the person, right? So if the uncle gets to 80, 90 years old, he usually sell his recipe, then 20,000, then he wants to retire already. This can actually be in a database and someone can profit from this. you know. Yeah, so that's just my idea. What do Kelvin and JC think about this?
I think for Singapore, they have quite a few things going for them, right? For the first, they have the best digital bank, the DBS, which I think had some disruption last week, but that's not the point. Then they also have the best airport in the world, which right now is trying to go passportless. So actually you don't have to require a passport to travel through the Changi airport anymore. Right now you still need, maybe next year. But the thing is, Singapore right now is still a financial hub. It's still known as a financial hub. So when you look at the STI index, the top companies are still all the banks, are still dominated by the banks. And when I check the most innovative countries, Singapore is not within the top 10. It's places like San Francisco, Shanghai, Hong Kong, but Singapore is nowhere near. But the weird thing is Singapore right now is churning out a lot of IT students, IT graduates. They are doing a lot of research on the IT stuff also. So it's not hard to imagine that one day Singapore could be the Silicon Valley of Asia, where all the top IT people will come to Singapore to work, and Singapore will be known as one of the IT hub for Asia. That also means that Singaporeans will have to deal with competition, not just physically, but also from remote workers from India, from China, Vietnam. People who are cheaper labor, who are more hardworking, more determined to earn more money than maybe some of us. So I think that's good for Singapore also, and that's because it also forces us to work harder, but it also pushes us to be more competitive advantage than all the other people here. Yeah.
All right, JC, what do you think?
Yeah. So I think both Kelvin and Remy talk very good points, especially the point of how things will change. Especially Regan yourself, you also talk about how the world will change with Tesla. So Singapore-wise, infrastructure changes. Of course, we will definitely see more chargers, EV chargers, preferably Tesla superchargers. The more, the better. And then with all these chargers, people get to different places better. So I understand Darren and the team went all the way to Thailand. So yeah, so this can improve. So regionally, not just for Singapore itself, so regionally, Malaysia, Thailand, even Southeast Asia as a whole, this EV adoption will definitely kick in. So all of these different countries will start to have more infrastructure, be it chargers, even for jobs also. There will be more jobs created to actually handle all of these different this whole new EV wave that can happen in our region. Because like you mentioned, in Norway, right? Yeah, Norway has the whole charging network over there already, but we do not have it in our region yet. So this is also a thing for the future of our region, even our country and our region as well, where the future we can have the entire car park, multi-story car park, just filled with chargers. Can be all the different charging companies, etc. So all of these are also opportunities. Then you need people to maintain it, so that's a job creation. And then I think they spoke also about this battery recycling. So these are also good for the environment as well. You recycle the battery because with more electric vehicles being produced, which means there'll be a need for more batteries created. And then you recycle this battery, reuse it, better for the earth, better for the environment, and then it's really good, and it's very green and very sustainable. So this whole infrastructure for our country as well as regionally will actually improve, especially with the whole Southeast Asia. We are actually poised to be one of the stronger economy in the next few years to go. So because we do see the other regions started to come down. So we will be the bigger region, so it will be nice with Tesla driving all of this change infrastructure-wise, job-wise, and environment-wise. Yeah.
Right, and I do believe that a lot of the Tesla owners in the region already do very aggressive journeys from Singapore to Malaysia to Thailand. I think the first panel, right, where Art and the Tesla owners Thailand team, they drove within 2 days from Thailand all the way to Singapore. So if they can do that within 2 days, I have a high certainty. I think a lot of the panelists will agree that we have a high certainty that there is no excuse for people to avoid the transition into the future anymore, right? So does any one of the audience members want to take any questions to any of the panelists? All right, we have a hand over there. Oh.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to understand more. I was hoping you all would talk about it, but you haven't mentioned. I think Twitter, X, has come out with an AI recently. It's called Grok, right? And I'm really keen to find out more about Grok because it's supposed to be an AI with a sense of humor. And if I'm going to spend 150K or 200K on a car, I hope the car can entertain me, you know. So can any of you, I was wondering whether any of you actually have experience trying out Grok because I'm dying to try, but I don't have a chance to try it. So is it really a big deal, you know?
All right, I do believe that for my panelists to take this, right, Grok hasn't arrived in our region yet, so we are not able to purchase X Premium Plus membership, so I don't think most of us will be able to have tried it, but for my panelists, do expand on what you think the potential of Grok is, you know, as an AI assistant. So the question is, recently, Elon had created XAI, and they came up with this AI assistant similar to ChatGPT that is called Grok. So basically, it's apparently on Twitter, a lot of people who are, on X, people who are using it, they find that it's very interactive, very sarcastic, you know, tells jokes, but it's also able to give you good information and up-to-date information compared to GPT 3.5 or GPT-4 where you have to pay for it. So what do you all think are the potentials of this technology? Even though this is straying a little bit away from the Tesla Tesla conversation, do give your opinions if you all think anything comes up.
I haven't used it yet, so I can't really comment from personal experience. But I've seen like people post about their own experience, beta testing and all that. It seems pretty good, like a good product. Of course, it's still in early stages, and I think once it's mass released to the public, then we will have a better maybe understanding and a clearer picture of the value that this software actually brings to us. Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, I have not also used it. I have not seen it as well. However, because it's an AI assistant as well, so there's also a lot of different AI assistants for different companies. So it's very likely it may be very similar. The thing for such AI assistant is I would say kind of like misuse. So wastage of computing power to ask a very weird question. So these are probably things that X could think of and then actually build on this and enhance it so they can make it even better than all of these different AI assistant companies that have all these different features. So work on it and then it can get better. Yeah, that's...
All right. So I do believe these AI assistants take a bit of time. So given the time that Elon and XAI have been given, we might have to wait a while before we are able to see what its true potential is. So, give it a few years, half a year, a few years. So I do believe our panel has come to an end in terms of time. All right. So I will do a small plug for, please follow Kelvin Learns Investing on YouTube, right? Pretty famous, all right? Jin Cheng JC and Mumu, our sponsor, please go visit the booth over there. And for Rui Ming, at ruiminginvest.com, his website, and at Hey Rui Ming on X. All right, thank you everyone. Round of applause for the speakers, please.
All right, folks, stay tuned for our next panel, where we'll be talking about the Tesla product roadmap from energy to robotics and AI. We have a couple of awesome panelists coming up. So this will be starting in about 5 minutes or less. So stay tuned. All right, the time being, do check out the live.
Yes, and also Lars, who drove himself over here from Singapore. So welcome to our last panel today. Today we're going to talk about Tesla's product roadmap. Today the world knows Tesla as a car company. Just like how 2 decades ago, the world knew Apple as a computer company. So what's ahead? What's their roadmap beyond cars on energy, robots, and AI? So I'd love to just Give a round of applause to welcome our two guests, Lars and Amy. And for those watching on the live stream, thank you for your support. Wherever, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to you, while you're on Earth, or maybe you're watching from International Space Station. So, Lars and Amy, could you introduce yourself to the world, please?
Ladies first.
Hi.
Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
I have been an investor in Tesla since the IPO in 2010, and I've just consistently bought shares in Tesla every 2 weeks and been rather obsessed with the company. So I just really enjoy following everything that Tesla's doing. And I'm also a pilot, so I was able to fly myself here because Singapore is one of my favorite places to fly. So that worked out.
Thank you for flying down on autopilot. So fun fact, autopilot actually came from the aviation industry before Tesla took it for cars. Lars, who does not use much autopilot.
Thanks, Darren. My name is Lars. I'm in Singapore now for about 12 to 13 years. I work for a big tech company, so I have a lot of natural exposure to generative AI and AI in general. And it's quite interesting how car companies, and not just Tesla, but other car companies, trying to, I think, embrace Gen AI. And it's a personal journey for me because I really learn about it every single day, new and new. And I'm teaching as well at NTU around generative AI, blockchain, and new technologies in general. And I enjoy Singapore, so thanks for having us today.
Welcome. Today, more than 80% of Tesla's revenue is in the automotive business. It's known as a successful car company. Do you see that changing by 2030? Let's start with you, Lars.
Thanks. I think if you look at many of the successful companies which are out there, the biggest top Fortune 500 companies, if you look how they actually started from a revenue perspective and where they are today, they had many alterations throughout the history of their operations, basically. And I think what Tesla is doing and the way the company is going to various areas, from energy perspective and so forth, I think the main ingredient of the revenue for a company which is doing transportation will go into other areas as well. And if we look at the general trend of the market of cars, of sustainability, I think there are many more pockets of revenue and profit for Tesla and the car company in general, which will definitely change the way which the revenue is being made of in the next 10 to 15 years. I strongly believe it's going to be different.
I'll take Amy.
Yeah, when I first invested in Tesla, what I was looking for was a company that was going to be disruptive. Being someone that was in the San Francisco Bay Area that has a lot of venture capitalists, what the venture capitalists look for when they invest in a company is something that could change an entire industry. And we've seen what Tesla has done in regards to changing autos and transportation. And when they look at whether a company is actually going to be able to do that, they look for a very large market. And then they look at, do they have the right team in place? Can they attract the world's best engineers? Well, we know Tesla and SpaceX, number 1 and 2 every year on where engineers would like to work. Then do they have the funding available? Can they produce a profitable product? Can they scale it? These are all questions that they ask. So we've seen them do this in auto. Now that we're going to ask those same questions about energy. Does Tesla have the right team in place to scale stationary storage? And they do. We saw that on Investor Day when all those executives were up on the stage. Does Tesla have the ability to fund this disruption in energy? And we know that they do. They're a profitable company, and they're spending with their profits and turning it back around into R&D. Does Tesla have a large market size? Well, they put Master Plan 3 up on the screen, and when they did it was 24 terawatt hours of energy that was going to be required to change the grid over. And if we look at the grid, it's not going to stay the size that it is right now. Right now, it has a lot of gas cars. You move to electric cars, the grid has to double. You move to heat pumps to produce heat in houses, and then it has to triple. So this is a huge market, and Tesla is poised to be able to take it over. And energy at the moment is the most profitable product. And then we can do the same metrics When we look at AI, does Tesla have the right team in place? Can Tesla fund it? Do they have a profitable product that they can scale and then do that with FSD and do that with the bot? And so when I look at Tesla as a company, I just think it's on the first wave with auto, and then we're going to see energy, and then we're going to see FSD, and then we're going to see AI, and then we're going to see the bot, and the company is going to keep changing. And as Tesla changes, the world is going to change. Tesla is absolutely transforming the world and transforming what an economy is and the way that an economy will work.
Wow. Now, as Amy mentioned, Tesla is trying to transform the world. You look at the biggest car companies in the region. Toyota is trying to be a better car company. They recently took apart the Model Y and said it's a state of art. So they're trying to go into gigacasting, getting EVs. You look at Europe, Volkswagen is trying to become a better car company. Look at North America, GM and Ford are trying to become better car companies. But what Tesla is trying to do is not become a better car company. It's becoming almost an ecosystem play like Apple. So it's how you buy an iPhone or you buy the Tesla car first, then you get the services like Tesla Insurance, you get autopilot, full self-driving, you get the energy storage at home, you get the solar panels at home. Do you think that Tesla is a shot of really becoming a real ecosystem player like Apple? We'll start at Amy first.
I was going to say start with Lars. Absolutely, because if you look at it, it's already happening just with the supercharger network. So because of the way that Tesla does a design for manufacturing process, at the moment that they start coming up with a new product, the engineers are sitting in the same room with the production engineers, with the supply chain, and they're all involved in it together. So they're designing from a very different scalable perspective, and Tesla creates ecosystems. That's what Tesla does. And then Tesla is willing to license these things to other people. So superchargers was just a start. I think that you'll see that with the car software, and I'm really interested in your perspective on that one.
Thanks. And maybe take a step back and look at the car as what a car might be later on. And I think I like Tesla not for the fact that it's the car which it is today, which is obviously great, but I think it's the perspective and the possibility they have to change how transportation is being done later on. To give you a quick example, I have a car in Singapore. And driving a car in Singapore, as we all know, is not necessarily economic from a pricing perspective and just generally from an overall, well, I guess cost perspective overall. But I'm using my car maybe 30 minutes a day, maybe an hour a day. So the car is actually standing around for 23 hours a day. And that's not just my car. I would assume that many people's cars in Singapore are mainly standing around at least 6, 7, 10, 15 hours a day. Now, if you look at the infrastructure which is being occupied by all of these cars being parked somewhere, not being used, and the infrastructure which is wasted by this, plus the resources which were utilized to build this car, I think Tesla, with the opportunity to have a sustainable car, have a car which can pilot potentially itself, has a sustainable way of moving that car. And if you take all that together, we could end up in a situation where the whole ecosystem can provide a car on demand, where you actually don't have to own your own car, where you can, like you have with the various car booking apps today, you can book a car to be there at the spot when you need it, and the car is operational 24 hours a day. We don't need parking lots anymore. It might affect the property prices which go down, and just generally sustainability. So I think from that perspective, and that's I think why I think Tesla is a great company and an ecosystem opportunity, because of how they can potentially put that together. Plus today, the car itself, I think it's a great car.
That's right. Unlocking the car, like Lars mentioned, if it's sitting in a car park 95% of the time, what happens if the car could be put to productive use when it's in a car park? Elon Musk says that's the greatest asset value unlock in history. But I sense that some of you will have questions. Hold those thoughts. We'll open up for audience questions shortly as well. Now, Elon Musk has said and agreed with Dave Lee on Twitter that in a few years' time, Tesla will be known as an AI company, not a car company. But then many companies want to be an AI company. Meta wants to be an AI company. BYD wants to be an AI company. Huawei wants to be an AI company. Sony as well. What do you think being an AI company means for Tesla? Is it credible, or is it words that they say?
Okay, I think there are two things to an AI company. Number one is every company you ask is and wants to be an AI company, because I think that's just the theme of the time right now. The second thing, though, is AI, and if AI is pretty much unlocking the potential of the data which many companies have collected in the past. If you look at the historic increase of compute power which we have in the world, plus general availability of AI models, be it the ones which the general companies are driving, plus smaller boutique companies are driving. So the models which we have today, plus the compute power which we have today, which I'm sure Tesla has as well, plus the other companies, and that combined brings so much value of providing incremental value out of the data which companies have collected. So 1 + 1 can actually be 3 in some instances. And putting that together with what Tesla as an ecosystem can provide, there's so much potential which can be driven beyond the natural kind of incline of economic or standard growth which a company can drive. And I think it's very credible. And if you take into consideration the amount of data which Tesla is collecting and taking this data to build something new, absolutely. And I think there is a lot of potential in that with self-driving and also just measuring and country planning perspective, urban planning perspective. I think there's so much potential in that space.
What's your take, Amy?
Yeah, when I look at Tesla, if we just look at they already have 2 monetized AI products right now in between FSD, even though it's a beta, Tesla is charging people for it and people are paying. They also have in their energy division a product called AutoBidder, which uses AI to do arbitrage on how to use their stationary storage, the Megapacks. So Tesla already has 2 AI products, but what I'm really excited about is version 12 of FSD. So if we look at the versions 11 dot whatever that people are driving around, that represents 300,000 lines of code, where Tesla was having to train the system and they would hard code different elements of the system. Version 12 is end-to-end neural nets, and they took that code, 300,000 lines of code, down to 1/10 of that. And that is really exciting, and that actually represents what AI is supposed to be. A different way to do compute, a different way of natural learning, more like our human learns, that now the FSD is going to learn to drive like a human learns to drive. And then they can take the same technology and now they're going to bring it over to the bot. And they already are doing this. They're training the bot. And they're training the bot the way that you would train your child, where they're curating the learning experience, but they're also doing it via imitation. So when I look at Tesla as an AI company, they're already there. They have a huge advantage. And why do they have a huge advantage? Because there's barriers to entry for AI. These barriers are compute. Huge backlog to try and get a NVIDIA cluster. If you think that you're going to become an AI company, Tesla just brought theirs online. Dojo, they just brought that online a few months ago. In the last quarter, Tesla doubled their compute that they have available. The world's best scientists, well, we already talked about that. Number 1 and 2 between SpaceX and Tesla. Tesla can share with xAI, those world-class scientists that didn't want to work within a major corporation. And then data. Again, Tesla has the data advantage. So when you look at all of those issues, Tesla is once again ahead. And then Elon Musk, in his book, interview with Walter Isaacson, at one point he thought that Tesla was way behind on AGI, or getting to the holy grail for AI. But then what he came to realize is that what Tesla has an expertise in is practical AI. And practical AI, because they're with FSD, they're dealing with people's lives. The standard for Tesla to be right is very, very high. Tesla has to be right on everything that they do. If you look at generative AI, and it's getting better exponentially, but when the first ChatGPT came out, it was comical how easy it was to trick ChatGPT and get a wrong answer. Tesla doesn't get it wrong. So Elon Musk came to realize that in his view, AGI is going to need both practical AI and it's going to need generative AI. And generative AI was going to be much easier for Tesla to do. And they were already doing some of that, and the language of lanes and other things that they were doing. So they already have some of that expertise. And now if you look at what XAI has done, it was only announced in July. They've already released 2 products, a developer's toolkit and a chatbot. So it seems that very much backs up what Elon Musk said.
That's right. So real world, Tesla has almost 5 million vehicles on the road. Audience, show of hands. How many of you have ridden on a Tesla? Maybe in a shuttle today or before this? Anyone? Hands. A lot of you. So a Tesla is a robot on wheels. It goes about at least 100 kilometers per hour. You really want to have fun, 200 kilometers per hour. And as Amy mentioned, Tesla is now making robots on legs. Those robots do not need to carry humans. The standards for the cars are very, very high. We can't get it wrong. Every single life matters. Now, when Tesla starts making the Tesla bot, instead of going 100 kilometers per hour, it just needs to go 5, 10 kilometers per hour. And when they start selling a Tesla bot to you, me, any one of us, for $20,000 US, is that going to change our world in a profound way?
I think, thanks Amy, I think Tesla bot in general is an exciting view on the future. And just historically, as kids, when we watch the movies and we have robots and autonomous robots and so forth, so I'd like to believe, and personally like to believe, that it is something which is coming, hopefully when I'm still alive. That's number one. Number two, I think if you look at the, again, take a step back on the actual potential which that can bring, just from a livability perspective, for elderly care, for urban planning, again, for various other aspects of our day-to-day lives, I think there is so much potential in there to drive economic growth and also personal growth from a communal perspective. So I think if it's really possible, and I still believe that this is a possibility, there is so much potential from a livability perspective for all of us in having a Tesla bot. Now, how feasible it is that this is in the next decade or the next 2 decades, it remains to be seen. But again, taking this into consideration of AI, what Amy mentioned, and what is possible today from a compute perspective. And we have seen that compute is shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. So the possibilities of the compute which can be embedded into an autonomous robot, which is potentially smarter, faster, and more flexible than a human, obviously brings use cases which we can't even think about today. And it goes beyond self-driving cars and self-building and self-programming and so forth. There's a massive risk to it. And as we all know, AI has been discussed as a massive risk to humanity in various movies and in various publications as well. So we need to kind of understand of what's the impact on that. But I think generally there's a very bright future for having that. But I don't know if it's within the next foreseeable future, but certainly something to keep an eye on. And if it's available, I'm probably going to be one of the first ones who's going to buy one of these robots.
What's your take, Amy?
Yeah, I am most excited about the possibility of the way that Optimus, the Tesla bot, will change the world. And again, this is something where, just like with Megapacks or other products Tesla is working on, Tesla will not be the only one doing a humanoid robot. Tesla doesn't need to be the only one doing a humanoid robot because the market is going to be so enormous. Vino Kozla, who's a very famous venture capitalist, has said that he anticipates there'll be 1 million robots within 10 years and 1 billion robots within 25 years. And I think that's conservative. I think that we might, the rate of change that we're seeing right now with AI, that it's going to be much sooner than that. But with markets that large, there's room for many players. What Tesla's advantage again, though, is Tesla puts like the smart in a smart product. That's what Tesla does. So if you look at Boston Dynamics, we've seen all the cool tricks, the backflips, everything that their robots can do, but their robots need to be programmed. Their robots can't learn just by mimicking what you're doing yet. At some point, maybe they can, but Tesla's already can. And Tesla has the ability to put these robots within the factory. And by putting it within the factory, they have a nice, safe training ground where they can train it. If you've done a factory tour, Tesla has all the areas where the robotic machines are right now, because of course they already have robots, they just don't have humanoid robots in the factory. They're walled off. They have glass, they have safety things. The people and the robots don't really work in the same space, so they can put these robots in the factory. They can use that to accelerate the training of the robots, and that's a huge advantage that Tesla has. And when I look at what it's going to do for the world, if you look at different areas of revolution that we've had in the past, you know, the printing press was a huge revolution in society. The dawn of the industrial age was a huge revolution in society. Even Henry Ford and the Model T and the different way to produce cars, it changed the way society worked. The bot is going to be the same thing. When we have humanoid robots, Elon Musk has said, what does an economy even mean at that point when it's only limited by your imagination of what you can produce as a society? We move from an age of where some people think we have scarcity to this age of abundance where we have enough things and where people can get rid of dangerous, repetitive, boring tasks and operate on a higher level and do things that they really want to do. So I'm just incredibly excited about the future.
Likewise. Now everyone in the audience, all of us have a smartphone. Will you buy a smartphone without an app store? No. Anyone? No. So imagine there's a platform like Tesla Bot, and there's an app store for it where the bot could do anything. Elderly care, play tennis with you, go jogging with you, security, iron your clothes, wash the dishes, drive for you, ride a horse with you, go on a date with you. Generative AI. Now, how many of you would buy a Tesla bot with an app store if it costs $20,000 US? Show of hands. You'd buy a Tesla bot for $20,000. A lot of us. Tesla cars are solving for the transportation market. Tesla bot is solving for the labor market, which is basically a much, much bigger problem to solve. And solving for labor market, not just on Earth. I was talking to some SpaceX engineers who say actually Tesla bot is going to be very useful beyond Earth. It costs a lot to put one astronaut on the moon. It costs a crazy amount of money to put one astronaut on Mars. But it costs very little to put 1,000 Tesla bots on Mars. So in a world with Tesla bot, Elon Musk say we live in a world of abundance because we now have almost free labor, bot powered by the sun, by Tesla Solar. Do you see our world changing very profoundly? What's your take?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with everything you just said. And it's going to be, I think we're going to see a lot less wars. I think we're going to see a much more peaceful society. When people are fighting over land, they're fighting over resources. When you have the bot that's able to automate that, when you have full self-driving cars and easy transportation going around, when you have abundant energy through solar and megapacks, it changes the way our society operates because you're no longer at war over these scarce resources. I'm so incredibly optimistic about what our future is going to be.
I think the possibilities and opportunities are, and I agree, there is a lot of abundance in terms of resources. There's just one challenge which I think we need to keep an eye on, which is, and it has been talked in various aspects as well, which is inclusivity of less privileged societies and economies as well. So assume we have the option to buy a Tesla bot here in Singapore or in developed societies and economies. What does it mean for that society or economy which has the power to procure and has the power to operate such a robot? And if you don't find a system where you can make sure that even the less privileged societies and economies have the option to participate in this ecosystem, they have the option to be left behind even further. So while there is a great advantage in having a Tesla bot or a technology such as that, I think it's also our responsibility from a general perspective to make sure that we use that technology in a way to elevate the overall, well, I guess society from an overall perspective. And I know that Tesla has lots of plans around providing sustainable energy into rural areas and so forth, and other companies as well trying to provide internet in rural areas. And there are lots of projects on these lines which are out there, which are fantastic. But I think if we play all these things right and we make sure that we use that technology in the actual way to improve people's lives, then the incremental value which we can get out of that is definitely exponential. Because as Amy said and as Darren said, there is an abundance of resources and there is an abundance for everyone, every society and community as well. We just have to make sure that we use the tools which we have in the right way. So having the robot is one piece of the puzzle which can make that work, but I think there are some other aspects of things we need to put together from an ecosystem perspective. And the players doing the right thing. There are lots of eyes on how generative AI should be used, what are the guardrails of generative AI, and assuming all of the research which is being done today will eventually end up in the Tesla bot as well, so that we can have a very sustainable and safe way to use that technology and those robots going forward.
Thank you. We live in a world of possibilities. And now it's your turn. What questions do you have for Amy and Lars? Does anyone have a question? Okay, I see one behind.
Hi. I had a question for you, Amy. So obviously, living in a world of peace and harmony is a lovely vision. But what about abuse or potential abuse of all of this fantastic technology?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. So when her question was, what about abuse of AI? What about abuse of the bot? What about using it as a tool against people? So Elon Musk is very paranoid, I mean, to put it mildly. So the Tesla bot is designed to be easily overpowered and shut down by any person so that it can never be turned against society. As far as AI goes, that's one of the reasons why he wanted to start XAI, why he wants Tesla to be an AI. He wanted, and he founded OpenAI. He was one of the founding members to try and keep AI from becoming some superpower that can take over for humans. He talks frequently about regulation for AI and AI companies banding together to do it, but it certainly is something that's a work in progress, and that it's incumbent upon us, it's incumbent upon Tesla employees, it's incumbent upon Elon Musk to keep making sure that they're verifying that this technology is going to be used for good, not used for evil, and that the safeguard and rails are in place to keep it down that path. And what I've seen so far, I'm comfortable with Tesla and Elon Musk, but that's who's at the company right now. What do you think, Lars?
Oh, absolutely. I think if we look at the way how companies are trying to guardrail the safety of AI, and there are lots of examples, by the way, where I actually created something that was totally not expected by the actual inventor of the model. Funny stories and not so funny stories as well. And there are more and more happening on those, on the same kind of aspects, but all of them, as of now, are more in the textual way or in certain robotic ways. But I think due to that, there is much more focus on actually guardrailing that and making sure that it doesn't happen. So I think we're on the right track to make sure that it doesn't happen and that there is a safety exit for everyone who is involved in that.
So it's really important, as Amy mentioned, for Elon Musk that there is democracy in AI. Not just one company or one country holds a monopoly for it. So the more options there are, the more competition there is, the better it is for a more positive outcome for society. What other questions do we have? Okay, there's one more here.
Hi. As Tesla bulls, we all know that Tesla is into energy, robotics, and AI. Recently, AI with XAI. Now, what do you think Tesla could do to protect Tesla bulls, investors like us, from FUDs and from people like from HSBC with coming out with a not too accurate assumption of Tesla, and then the stock fell in by more than 5%? And the next question is, do you think Elon would really be able to solve FSD this year, as he said? Thank you.
So I'm hearing two parts of the question. One, can we solve full self-driving this year? Second, how is the company protecting long-term investors? Yeah? Okay.
You're the best one to answer that question.
I can go. As far as protecting long-term investors, one of the things that Tesla does is they, like with XAI, will be Tesla's first customer likely for renting out compute and Dojo and the NVIDIA cluster. So there will be a financial arrangement there where Tesla gets paid by XAI to do this. And this allows Tesla to develop something that could be their version of Amazon Web Services and get paid for the R&D and the development. So it's a very symbiotic relationship between Elon Musk companies that is going to put Tesla in a very strong position. If you look at XAI, for example, the employees of XAI would not have gone to work at SpaceX. They would not have gone to work at Tesla. They want to be in a small startup without that huge corporate infrastructure around them. But what they are doing will benefit Tesla, and Tesla has agreements that they already do. Really good engineers can work some months at SpaceX, and then they transfer over to Tesla, and then they go back to SpaceX. So they'll be able to do the same thing with XAI, and where some of those engineers will go and help Tesla out with what they know and then come back. So Elon Musk, in my experience, having been invested since the IPO, he doesn't care much about people that short the stock. He's very derisive. He doesn't care about people that trade the stock back and forth. But when it comes to his long-term investors, I was lucky enough to go to the annual meeting, and he stood up on the stage and he just said, I really want to thank everyone that believed in me, that invested in this company, that still invested in this company. And he said this type of sentiment multiple times. He warns us, like at the last conference call, that the future is that the short-term future might be a little bit rocky, that there might be a lot of volatility. But then he says, the long-term future is incredibly bright. So he really from my opinion, and I can't speak for him, but from everything I've heard Elon Musk say, he cares deeply about rewarding the people that believed in him, that took a bet and invested in the company. Does that answer the question?
Okay. So to build on this, again, Tesla is building a lot more alliances. Like Amy mentioned, once other car companies sign an alliance like for supercharger use, once they start advertising, the media and the competitors have a more friendly relationship with Tesla. In the past, with your media, you would say bad things about Tesla because it drives clicks. Now that Tesla is starting to advertise, you want to be kinder to Tesla because it's the biggest white space opportunity. Same thing, Ford, GM, Toyota, even all EV companies out there that are now supporting using the North America charging standard. That means that they have to be a symbiotic relationship with Tesla. Yeah? So as that happens, there'll be more allies, there'll be more people who want Tesla to succeed because they're not just an independent company, they're a whole ecosystem. And even in the ecosystem of dealers, so in the past, like other car companies sold through dealers, dealers are evolving as well. So some of their dealers are now evolving to buying your ICE cars, getting you to move into EVs. So there's a lot more support and alliance. Now to your second question, is FSD going to be solved this year? I see solving it as step by step. So can it actually be a good co-pilot like in North America by end of this year with a version 12? My personal take is yes. When I say co-pilot, that means the driver is still paying attention. There is still a steering wheel in the car. It'll get you to point A to B most of the time, and the car will alert you when it cannot do the job anymore. Like right now, even in version 12, it doesn't park for you yet. If it says go from Golden Gate Bridge to, let's say, Apple Cupertino, it won't drive into a gated community. It won't park in the parking lot yet. But for what it can do, there's nothing like it. Especially when we look at all the other news about the autonomous driving cars in Bay Area right now. What's your take, Amy?
Yeah, when I look at FSD, we really won't completely know the answer to that question until version 12 is in wide release, at least beta release, because it represents a complete rewrite of FSD. So everything that people have out there right now is the 300,000 lines of code version, not the 3,000 lines of code version. So we won't know until we see that, but what we do know is that the engineers at Tesla and Elon Musk at Tesla are very excited about this end-to-end neural net solution, with Elon Musk saying things like, we were making it way too difficult. You know, like the end-to-end neural nets, it was the answer. So they're happy with this version of FSD that none of us have seen, other than the video that he did, that live stream of driving the car around. But in that video, the car swerved around bicyclists, and he's like, we never taught it. There's no line of code that says go around that bicyclist. We just put video in, and the car made that determination from seeing all those videos to do it. And this is your area, Lars, so I'm really interested in what you have to say.
I think it's actually quite interesting. If you look at self-driving overall and what we think about self-driving, and what the general, if I talk to my family about self-driving, they all have the impression that we sit in the car and the car drives from A to B by itself, which essentially is self-driving. But I think the potential for self-driving is even much more than driving from A to B, and we are still quite far away from this. Again, we're going back to the infrastructure where we hopefully at one point have a fully utilized 24-hour car which can drive around by itself. We can actually make away with intersections because we don't need traffic lights anymore, because the cars can hopefully communicate among themselves. So while I think the immediate version of self-driving cars might be, or it's already available, kind of the next evolution of self-driving cars which can communicate among themselves and so forth is still pretty much out there, but I think even a much more exciting future which we can have from a self-driving perspective. So we are not there yet, but then again it comes to the ecosystem as well, the integration of businesses, the integration of charging, the integration of point-to-point drop-off and so forth. I think there are a lot of potentials which the next evolution of self-driving can actually bring to the market for each and every one of us, where we don't even have to own a car anymore, and we can have a car on demand 24 hours which drives us from A to B and provides services for us as well as part of the Tesla bot, and again the whole ecosystem as well.
So another perspective to the thought is for us to ask ourselves, what other company is the next best alternative? What other company has 300,000 paying customers for an autonomy solution? And what other company is progressing faster than Tesla? So that's a question that we have to answer for ourselves. Let's take one last question. Is there one last question from the audience? Yes, let's get one more last question down here.
So, good afternoon, everyone. What do you think Elon Musk will be doing after the robots come out?
That's a great question.
That's a very good question. I think the question was what Elon Musk will be doing after the robotic market?
After the robots come out.
After the robots come out, okay. I think if you look in the trajectory of what he's doing, we probably would know. He probably buys another company, which is X and so forth. But if you look at the companies he's buying and the things he's trying to do, it has always something to do with data. Now he's as well with the AI initiative which is going in SpaceX. So my next bet would be, it would be another company who can provide an essential foundation of data which can be utilized in the overall ecosystem, which can be utilized again for the current cars, the bots and so forth, and sustainability in the first place. So my bet would be another data company or the next evolution of quantum computing, AI, or connected systems, for example. But that's just a guess from my side. Amy?
Yeah, that is an awesome, awesome question. Well done. So when I look at what I think that Elon Musk will do after robots, I really have to come back down to Mars. If you look at all of the Elon Musk companies together, there's a common thread running through these, that this is the technology that you need to start a civilization on Mars. And he said, that he really finds purpose in trying the idea of making the human species multiplanetary. So I don't see him retiring. He's tried that before. It doesn't make him happy. I see him continuing to work on what we need as a species to have a spacefaring humanity and some type of civilization or a colony in Mars. Whatever else we need for that. And he's got the Boring Company, he's got Neuralink, he's got SpaceX, he's got solar, he's got the energy, but I'm sure that Kimball's working on the food, but maybe there needs to be more done with how are you going to get food on Mars?
Yes, and yes. I want to acknowledge your curiosity. What's your name? Can you share with everyone, please?
My name is Javier, and my brother's name is Rayo.
Xavier and Rhea, let's give them a round of applause for their curiosity. Now, this is exactly what Elon Musk hopes to inspire. They want us, the next generation, to look up in the sky where we see the stars out there. The stars that are not blinking are planets. And they want us to say, one day, we're going to go up there. We're going to the moon. When people say Tesla to the moon, it's not just the stock price that's going to the moon. His own actual roadster is past the moon right now. And one day, when we look up, you'll see a brother on the moon. There's a Hilton hotel on the moon. Yes, that's right. Tesla to the moon. And life, as Elon Musk mentioned, is not just about solving problems. It's about also waking up and being inspired. We'll spend 95% of our life solving problems, but what if we can spend 5% of our life just being inspired and building a better future for humanity? And it's again the next generation like you, as Steve Jobs says, the old make way for the new. And one day, you'll be up here on stage telling the world what life on Mars is like. So thank you so much, Lars. Thank you so much, Amy, for inspiring us today in our final panel at TeslaCon Singapore.
Thanks for having this amazing event. I have been so impressed with what you have put on with the TeslaCon. It's absolutely incredible. Really, really cool. Well done, Darren.
Thank you. This means a lot to us and our team. Everyone here made this possible. Our audience, our volunteers, our owners, all of you. So what's going to happen next is we are going to be in the cocktail area behind. If you have any questions, you want to take photos of our celebrities over here, we will be here for 15 minutes behind. And after this, we are going to have our lucky draw prizes at 6:30 p.m. So remember to go around the booths, get your stamps, put it in the lucky draw box latest by 6 p.m. And after our lucky draw, we will have a special light show for you at 7 p.m. Thank you so much.
They're